organic approaches to governance yesterday. I've got an emerging governance side of it.
Good day, MetaFest. Welcome back. Woo! Who's ready to continue these awesome talks? There we go. I don't know if we can possibly top yesterday, but we're definitely going to give it a shot. Dr. Nick here is going to get us started with demystifying DAOs. So if you'd like to lead us straight into it, we got some work to do.
Afternoon, everyone. Really wonderful to be here. I just love being around people who are DAO-pilled, right? We're a rare breed at the moment. And I kind of wanted this talk to be, I didn't quite know where to phrase this, but I'm going to do something I don't normally do and talk a little bit about my background and try to lens it into a bit of learning theory. I spent one of my great passions for many years was education, still is. And yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about, you are the people who are going to steward us through the kind of DAO wave when it happens. So I wanted to sort of lens this into this idea of imagining DAOs, like imagination being a sort of an important part of what we're doing or what we can nurture. So what I wanted to do is start with a little bit of like where we're at, the problems with DAOs at the moment. Talk about DAO journeys, and I want you to reflect a little bit on your DAO journey and what the prerequisite knowledge you picked up on the way to get you there. The importance of imagination, collective learning. And I'm going to present sort of a couple of ideas for helping you frame DAOs to other people. One of our jobs is communicating this stuff to people who haven't quite got it yet. But when you get it, I think you're in, and then you stay in. And then I want us to imagine this kind of DAO takeoff moment. There's going to be a point where this just really kicks off and something magical happens. And DAOs start really transforming the world. And it will happen in a way that is fundamentally a takeoff. People talk about AI takeoff at the moment. There's all these AI safety weirdos who are telling us that AIs are going to turn into gods and turn us all into paperclips. But actually, I think what's more likely is there's going to be a human takeoff moment when we crack core coordination problems, and that's what I want us to imagine a bit today. So yeah, problems with DAOs. Let's be honest, they're mostly terrible. And we've got some core problems to do, right? We've got some core problems to fix. Most of them, we fall prey to coordination failure because we haven't cracked the mechanisms yet. We haven't cracked the social consensus systems. We haven't cracked the right mental models yet. Most of them aren't really DAOs, and one of the things I want to talk about later is like, where does a DAO not be a DAO? Like, when does it go to zero as a DAO? When can you really not call it a DAO? I've heard people call an office a DAO, like, you know, a Telegram chat, a Discord chat. You know, it's when is a DAO a DAO? Public failures. Now, I don't think this is a bad thing, actually. Like, one of the things that happens in the DAO space is everything's perfectly transparent. If you could see the squabbles that happen inside large institutions on like a forum, and everyone in the world could see it and laugh at you, then people would think companies and institutions were a bad idea. So the transparency is there, but it's kind of it's difficult to sort of defend a lot of the DAO activity at the moment. There's some really terrible decision making. We've not cracked like effective decentralized decision making yet, so I'd like to talk a little bit about that. VCs hate them for good reason. DAOs have this huge potential to disrupt venture capital. I was like super excited about crypto in 2017-18 for crowdfunding. I still think ICOs were great, but what they were missing was decentralized crowdfunding is how we can bootstrap stuff outside of the institution. We can do this without VCs. That's why they don't like it. Disempowers them and empowers us. Lawyers love them. And by that, I mean, I speak to lawyers about DAOs quite frequently these days, and they're super interested. And they say, yeah, very, very interesting DAOs. And I think, oh, good. And they're like, oh, no, when the doctor says you're interesting, that's interesting. That's basically the way they look at it. So we've got this huge PR problem, right? At the moment, the sentiment of DAOs is absolutely in the pits. Sometimes even amongst the DAOists, right? Some of the harshest critics are the DAOists who kind of like, they've had a go at it from, and they just get a bit despondent and down in the dumps about it and just feel like we're never going to get there. And the bit I want to get at most is like they're conceptually challenging, right? We've not quite even defined what they are yet. And I actually think that's quite a good thing. But it makes them difficult to understand, and some people struggle with it. And this is the kind of context. Does anyone see this? This is an NFT released by a guy called DGod, very popular. This is from the white paper. And it says, Season 3 of Gods is dumbed down to communicate, hey, we think you are brainless, buy and hold this. And it actually says, we strive for a community of low brain use. And this is kind of the market, right? We're challenging the crypto space is just exceptionally dumb, right? We're in the hamster racing phase of crypto at the moment. Just when I think it can't get any dumber, we find new depths. So we're trying to do something that's like really conceptually challenging. So like, how do we move past that? And I wanted to lens in on this a moment of imagination in DAOs, imagining DAOs. This was a message. It says we have 6 days to acquire $20 million to buy the US Constitution. And this is, of course, Constitution DAO. And basically, this is in rewind November 2021, and people thought, yeah, we're going to buy the US Constitution, and thought, that's a stupid idea. But nevertheless, people did, in fact. I think they raised something like $40 million in the end, or like $30 million. 42? Everyone aped into it. It was a total mess. They didn't have any liquidity. It was just like, obviously they had an auction that was their max bid was fully doxed, so that guy from Citadel Capital just front-run them. It was all a bit of a mess. But what it did was trigger people's imaginations. And all of a sudden everyone was like, oh my God, DAOs are going to be the next big thing, right? And that's that moment, it created a model, people to think that's what DAOs can do. Now, this was a particular kind of DAO, and people thought they were what I call a buy-a-thing DAO, that become very popular for a bit. And so, yeah, like several months later, we had a kind of DAO summer of sorts where, you know, everyone got super excited about DAOs, and people were aping into DAOs. VCs got wrecked on decentralized to-do lists. And then everyone got wrecked shortly after, and that's where we're at now. So really what I want us to, we saw that moment, right, when we captured the collective imagination. So how do we get back there? And imagination is an incredibly powerful thing because people like to model their future. People like to think into a future that's better than now. We've been talking about this meta-crisis problem where we've got crises on crises and just everything feels like it's collapsing and failing, and it is, right? And people are struggling, and people can't afford to pay their rent, and things are really, really bad. And I actually do think that there's a real optimism and hope in this movement that can be very powerful. I want you to think about how we can get there. People want something better. People want a new future of work. People want greater agency. People want autonomy. All of these things can be provided by a new form of organization, new tools for coordination. But in order to be able to imagine in this space, you need the prerequisite thinking. And yeah, this is just an exercise for you. Just do this with people later on when you're having a drink and chilling out. It's like, just think about your DAO journey a bit. What was the moment that DAO pilled you? What was your DAO origin story? I had a very sort of particular moment. I had a couple, actually, where I just had this overwhelming feeling that I just had to be a part of this. This was a moment I was just in. And there's times when I just like really resent this because I just don't want to do it because it's just like, it's pure pain at times. But I can't help it now. I'm in. There's just like, it feels too important to back out of. But in reflecting on my journey recently, I thought actually that my journey was like, had all these pieces to it that was necessary for me to get that moment that most people just won't have. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I did. I'm a STEM background. I did 10 years of physics, ended up with a PhD in physics. Sort of researching, ended up in condensed matter science. So everyone got super excited about superconductors that was sadly never going to be. But then I moved into number theory and cryptography. I got a job as a lecturer teaching cryptography, which is where I discovered Bitcoin in the early days. Then I sort of moved into learning theory, complexity science, organizational research. And I designed a decentralized organization inside an institution. This looks a lot like what we call a meta-DAO now with sub-DAOs. And I actually built this, like it still runs to this day. And and it sort of had proposal structures and funding bits and everything like that. I ended up at the London College of Fashion in the art world as an associate dean. And then when the DAO happened, that's when it sort of broke into my bubble again. I'd sort of lost track of cryptography for a bit, and then the DAO happened, and it blew up, and it was a complete disaster, but I thought, this is going to change the world. And that was the moment when I thought, we can take decentralized organization, truly autonomous, self-organizing organization onto the open internet, and something magical can happen. And from that point on, I went into sort of researching DAOs that were very early at that point, but into token economics, mechanism design, and just 80 hours a week for several years, because I just can't help it. I just can't stop doing this. So like, how can we get people into that? But when you think about it, all of those things, like, it made me realize that we can't expect people to have this kind of weird academic journey across STEM and organization and number theory and cryptography. It just people don't have that, right? So how can we move people through and support people into picking these things up? So there's a bits of learning theory that I think can be quite helpful. There's one of the core things that it's called just leveling, right? So basics of curriculum design. You think about the people that you're talking to, and you can expect a sort of level of cognition depending on how deep into a subject they are, right? And depending where in the world you are. This is basically what's called the Framework for Higher Education Qualifications in UK, England, and Wales. But basically, you've got these different levels of learning. And so you've got like primary school, high school, level 1, 2, A levels, we call them in the UK, which is like level 3, 4, 5, and 6 is degree level. And really, you wouldn't expect people to engage at like 5 and 6 if they hadn't gone through the lower levels. But actually, what we're stuck with in DAOs is actually they're kind of master's level, PhD level concept, really, because it's a brand new emerging field at the cutting edge of a discipline that doesn't really exist yet. The book hasn't really been written. So we're expecting people to engage in this space. And I think we've got to like find ways and care much more about education and essentially start to learn bits from pedagogy. So think about that journey and think how you can construct movement, a sort of experience of DAOs that you can take people through these things. And people can sail through them, but everything about your message should be structured. And sometimes this in learning theory is called scaffolding, when you build up the building blocks from the ground up. And in particular, there's a really interesting idea, and if anyone wants to talk to me about this later, we can do, called threshold concepts. And I've sort of experienced this with DAOs, and this idea of a threshold concept is once you're learning, it changes your whole paradigm shift to your brain. And all of a sudden, you look at the world in an entirely different world, like it's a threshold that you cross over. And some of you might have experienced this with DAOs, when you've gone, right, I get it, they're a mess now, but this could really be powerful and change the world. So yeah, and think about visualizing. This is one of the models I've been using recently, nice and simple, and it's using the kind of classic scalability, blockchain scalability trilemma, but understanding it as decentralization, autonomy, and organization. And I mentioned earlier that DAOs kind of like to stop being DAOs all of a sudden. But really, I get really angry at some lawyers because they keep trying to create this very specific definition of a DAO, some of which are basically a multi-sig. It must be legally wrapped. It must do transactions and it's basically describing a multi-sig. And what they're trying to do is collapse this in a rather authoritarian way into something they can codify, right? Because they can codify, then they can regulate it. But actually, DAOs are a much more complex and dynamic concept than that. You can, like, imagine all of these are a continuum. Like, so decentralization, for me, is basically the diffusion of power, right? The degree to which power in a system is decentralized across its stakeholders. Now, that can be, like, extremely decentralized, where almost every actor in the system has an equal agency in the system to have these different things. Now, where I think, and essentially, you can have the complete opposite, where you have almost like an authoritarian system where there's one guy on a multi-sig that controls the whole thing. And in fact, DAOs have this potential to be more centralized than any company could ever dream of being, because there's one guy with a management key that controls the world, basically. So imagine this decentralization, and it's like, where do you pick that, right? Where do you can design this to think about how decentralized you want to be. Now, I've said, I've got to sort of document this I can share with people if people are interested in it, but at each one of these, they disappear, right? There's a point where they just snap and disappear. Your D disappears when the units are operating as a single mind. So let's say you've got a 3 of 5 multi-sig, and all the 3 people are in the same team, right? And they're all operating under a sort of authority chain. That's a single mind. The D disappears, right? So, and this could even happen with a token system where there's hundreds of people, but if they're all in the same group thing, can fundamentally just do whatever one person says, your D disappears and you're not a DAO anymore. Your O disappears when you just stop doing stuff, right? When you hit coordination failure and everything stops, right? You're no longer a DAO if you're not organizing. And that has varying degrees of quality, of how much you're moving forward and how much organizing you're doing. And the A is the really interesting one. A being autonomy. For me, it's about your ability to self-govern. And you can only really discover that if someone tries to capture you. So you can only discover your degree of autonomy to how much effort it takes to capture you. So it's really one that's rather elusive, but you only really find out if you get a letter from the SEC or something, right? And if someone tries to shut you down. If they can't shut you down, so Tornado Cash is a really interesting example of this. It got max rugged by like the feds, right? You know, you're on the emergency powers special designated person. This is what, we brought this in to stop terrorists after 9/11. And you're on that list now. And in fact, like if someone sends you some money from that, you're rugged as well, and you have to go and talk to the U.S. government every year to prove you're not a terrorist. It still worked, right? It still functioned. It actually eventually got kind of wrecked by a governance attack, and its own system sort of failed. But you can imagine this as a parameter space, and there's some things that don't require high degrees of autonomy. There's some things that don't need to be that decentralized and can have more localized power structures within them. So yeah, if anyone's interested in going through that with their own DAO, just hit me up at some point. This nice psychedelic colors. This hasn't really worked. But yeah, this is me getting at this kind of takeoff moment. As one of my Twitter friends last night posted this thing, and it was from Deep DAO. Which is a kind of like stats tracking thing. You probably know it. And it said like, look, we're not in a bear market anymore in DAOs because the proposal numbers have gone through the roof. And it looks like the DAO takeoff moment, right? There's a point where all of a sudden DAOs just start flourishing. There's bloom on the internet, right? And everyone's just like, not only just imagining DAOs, they're doing DAOs, and it goes insane, right? Just like all of a sudden, and that's what we're waiting for. Sadly, it wasn't that. If you go and look at these things, the top 4 DAOs by proposals are like Pancake Swap. Nonsensical Snapshots 8 is the second most popular by proposals. Decentraland, which has all sorts of like proposal for like move 1 token. And then Nonsensical Snapshot 7. So unfortunately, we're not quite hitting the DAO takeoff moment yet, but and this is what happens when you create metrics that people can game. Let's just keep rattling through proposals. But the chart looks like this, right? And that's the moment that we're waiting for when we crack certain things. So what do we think that's going to be? I think we're going to have a Constitution DAO moment, but instead of it being just one idea, let's buy the Constitution. And it was quickly followed on by Assange DAO, which was a kind of also a massive mess. But and that got picked up by Chinese meme coiners. It was a bit of a mess. But like basically, we had one idea that captured the public imagination. The next one will be hundreds of thousands of ideas all happen at once, and we have this takeoff moment. And I just want you to sort of think about this throughout the weekend and talk to your friends about it. But what is it that's going to make that moment happen? And one of the things I think we're going to crack these templates. Where we've got these frameworks that minimize harm but maximize non-zero sum interactions. So at the moment, most people just get rugged on crypto. Like I found some stats not long ago, 97.7% of Uniswap tokens are rug pulls. 97.7%. Like if you even go near a token, you're almost certain to get rugged. And that just can't happen. That just can't keep going on. And I actually think DAOs are the solution to it because they change the trust model around the token economy. So yeah, what do we, like, we are going to be the stewards when that moment happens. Like, it's going to be our responsibility to try to take that movement in the direction as we can. So I'm just going to sort of finalize here by sort of throwing out some ideas of where we go next. One of the things I'm building at the moment is the kind of core infrastructure that largely aiming to minimize harm, to minimize risk, so people can invest in DAOs and get involved in DAOs and just not lose their money, right? To change the trust models around that. So we need a much greater focus on the token economics around a system. We need better mechanisms to allow us to push deeper into the decentralization space. I'm going to be talking about that pretty soon. And we need better tools for decentralized decision making. So I think quadratic voting is particularly quite interesting on that for driving nuance and reputation systems and so on. I think AI and DAOs is going to be exceptionally interesting. We're at the moment looking at using our voting tools to capture the state of mind of a DAO and then train using a low-rank adaptive model so an AI can represent a DAO, right? So what does the DAO think? You can ask the AI and it will say the DAO thinks this with a 72% probability, right? And there's a point now where you can start to push past coordination and having to go back to votes all the time because you can just ask the AI. And then people can say, well, we don't like that, but if it's okay, we just let it ride. Education, I think, is, I'm going to try and really come back into the education space a lot more this year. And I'm just putting a sort of call out there for, like, if you're interested in doing educational interventions on DAOs and you want to get involved in that, drop me a message. But yeah, generally, just do education stuff. Take more care about explaining things from a root level. DeSci is going to be very interesting. Slightly worried about it at the moment because it's already being captured by A16Z. They've created this new mechanism for like IP NFTs, that they call them. And it's really, we're like, wait, we're outside the institution. We're outside the evil universities that are doing everything, that only do what they want to do. And we're free from it all, libertarian dream. But actually, it's just another mechanism for just removing the institution and capturing science at the root level. But I do think this is going to be where we start to see really impactful DAOs, where there's really focused, well-funded research happening in decentralized labs. That superconducting thing was super interesting because you had people like experimenting in their garages trying to make this thing. That moment of us all going around on ArcSiv and reading papers and stuff, super interesting. I do think citizen science could really kick off with DAOs. Protocol DAOs. Arbitrum had a go at this and kind of really messed it up at the initiation by making their first proposal, the fait accompli. But all these L2s are super centralized. Base is basically like an AWS server. It's very surprised that Coinbase are that based, actually. But basically what we're going to need is DAOs at the protocol level to start hard forking essentially between different on-chain infrastructure systems, moving to decentralized sequences and so on. Unruggable tokens. A16Z had this can't be evil narrative, which largely just never happened. But that's the idea, right? The idea is that we can have trust minimized systems, and we can do that with decentralized governance. There's two ideas I'm very keen on working on at the moment, which is this idea of emergent governance. The problem is normally proposals are created by the team, right? And that fundamentally centralizes things. So how can we decentralize the proposal structure and make it much more of an emergent bottom-up process so proposals emerge, they aren't just written by a single party or a handful of parties. A semantic governance is an idea I've been working about, semantically drawing the ring around what this DAO can do. in no organization in the world do you have this carte blanche proposal structure where anyone can propose anything that the organization does. But we do in DAOs, right? There's just like anyone can propose anything generally, as long as you pass the proposal threshold. So I think we need to start much clearly defining the scope of what a DAO does and what it doesn't do. And we can do that by essentially drawing a semantic line around what we do and don't do. And finally, like reputation systems, I've been waiting for this to happen for about 4 or 5 years. But I'm starting to sense people starting to take it seriously now. And that allows you to build a kind of these on-chain meritocracies where you kind of filter out, you know, too many cooks problem, you know, everyone's got too many ideas. There's actually a key decision-making idea called garbage can decision-making, which is when everyone just throws their ideas in the garbage can, and then it actually kind of works. But you need filtering systems, and I think reputation is where we get that. So yeah, that's it. If you're interested in what I'm doing at Factory DAO, feel free to hit me up at any point. We're trying to build like a modular system where people can bring DAO tools from all over the space and create a kind of composable way of setting up DAOs. But that's it from me. Thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if we've got time for questions. No?
No time for questions, but maybe an emergent system would be to suggest we all huddle around him later and ask all of our best DAO desires. Great dive into it. I think it's very wonderful to appreciate good education, and that different levels of education are available to different degrees depending on where you are. Luckily, we're all at MetaFest, so we get the highest level here and get to carry it out. If that talk on DAOs got you all roused up beyond asking him questions, we actually have a DAO track starting the workshop. So we're going to be doing deep dives on DAO design and how you can start your dream DAO. So if anybody wants to contribute to that or go learn themselves, feel free to go check it out. If you are maybe more interested in non-DAO things, DeFi Dude is actually coming up to perhaps teach you how you can reach your DeFi dreams. Everybody give a big round of applause for DeFi Dude. Dr. Nick has promised to be hovering around the buffet at lunchtime if anybody wants to learn how to deeper DAO.
Hi everyone, how are we doing today? Can you hear me? Hello. Okay, cool. Hi everyone, I'm DeFi Dude. So nice to see you all here and be here today at MetaFest. Today I'm going to talk about why DeFi with DeFi. So I'm not necessarily going to just cover everything about DeFi, but more so the culture or the narrative, or I guess why exactly we want to DeFi, why it's important, the journey so far, where we're headed, and all that good stuff. So I'm much less prepared than Dr. Nick here. His presentation was very awesome. So I'm going to be reading from my iPad, kind of looking back up to you. So not the most professional, but I appreciate your time. And so who am I? I'm DeFi Dude. This is my little guy on Twitter. You can notice the resemblance here a little bit, maybe. I don't use my real name, but if you've seen me in person, you might know my real name. You can ask me. It's not secret, but I don't really need to identify by my real name, I guess. Who I am, I'm more of a crypto native, internet nerd, introvert. You'll probably see me in a corner later on. I'm an animal lover. Saw that dog going around. I have my own dog. I love dogs, love all animals. Born and raised near Chicago, American, not a patriot, but an American. Always curious, kind of why I'm in crypto. Always, curious about what the next thing is. Started out in DeFi. I always loved DeFi. I worked at Kyber Network during the ICO kind of boom, 2017, 2018. Helped out there on the community side. Aave as well, community side. I've always been community side and like social side of stuff. And now recently working on buildit.dev, co-founder there with my partner. We just started a few months ago, launched, and project discovery platforms. So that is more who I am. And what is DeFi? So DeFi is decentralized finance. First of all, raise a hand who's familiar with DeFi. Okay. And of those people, like, would you rate your skill above a 7 out of 10? Like, if you had to say, more or less, how confident are you, I guess? Would you rate your DeFi skills as a 7 out of 10 or higher? Raise your hand again, maybe. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, no problem. That's perfect. So, yeah, I'm going to kind of cover all of it, I guess. But so DeFi is decentralized finance. By definition, it's kind of reducing the need for centralized power parties, your bank, governments, all that good stuff, and replacing it with things like blockchain or Web3 or whatever reduces their power. Literally any form of finance, I guess, existing with some spectrum of decentralization. So DeFi itself is literally decentralized finance, D and Fi. It was coined out of a Telegram group like years ago. It was fighting against open finance, the term, and won. So people these days, I think they tend to associate DeFi with like advanced, really complex systems, like smart people stuff, big brain stuff. If you go on Twitter, you're seeing all this like MEV stuff and how it relates to DeFi, or all these pools and really complex systems. And kind of this talk is to remind all of us, I guess, that isn't necessarily what DeFi is. DeFi, one of the most core premises of crypto is still DeFi. Sending money peer-to-peer, this is DeFi. So I think it's very important that we remember that we don't need to have DeFi as this really complex, big brain math stuff, pool to staking, farm, like all this stuff. It can be as simple as sending money to a friend and not needing a bank to do so. So DeFi is a movement as well. So let me get lost in my notes here a little bit. Yep. So, we are all kind of a part of the movement, even if you're not a big fan of DeFi, invested in DeFi or anything like that. You're in crypto, chances are you're helping support the movement in some shape or form. And whether or not you need to DeFi or not might depend on your situation. So, is anyone here from Venezuela, Argentina? Okay, a couple hands, that's great. So I am gonna speak very briefly on those. I'm very ignorant on it, so if I say anything wrong, please correct me or feel free to chime in. But starting with Venezuela is kind of a golden example and one that's often referred to for why we DeFi with DeFi. So as you can see by the chart here, just the inflation rate, absolutely insane. Like yearly inflation rate, you might as well not even put a number on it because whatever your paycheck is going to be next month, it's going to be worthless. There was a 2018 New York Post article about how toilet paper was worth more than the currency, and I don't think people are actually using the currency as toilet paper, but it just goes to show how bad that can be when your money is worth less than toilet paper. And Manu, some of you might know Manu from Doing Good, really good guy, couldn't come out today. Last conference I was at with him, he was literally handing out Venezuelan bills just for fun. The next one is Argentina. So similar to Venezuela, but just not as bad. I don't know what's up with the color here, but the yearly inflation rate is up to over 100%. So if every year your paycheck is getting inflated, if inflation's 100%, your money's worth half as less. What do you do? Your salary's not the same. It's always changing. So in Argentina, we've seen a big group of people. The community in Argentina is just huge. The DeFi community. We've seen them converting their salaries right away, whether or not they're in crypto or whether or not they're interested in DeFi, they're converting it. Because even with the volatility in crypto, whether it goes up and down 10, 20, 30%, that still beats this insane inflation. And so that's the reason why some of them might DeFi, but obviously it's different depending on where you live. There are other situations too. This is, okay, again, you can't read it, but it's a famous thing by Satoshi on the Bitcoin forums, December 11th, 2010. Sorry, I should speak closer here. But he talks about WikiLeaks, who recently accepted Bitcoin as a donation because WikiLeaks was, they were pushed out of PayPal, pushed out of every bank they used. They basically had no way to turn to accept donations. And if you don't know WikiLeaks, they basically like share confidential information, everything governments don't want to be shared and all that good stuff. So Satoshi says, it would have been nice to get this attention in any other context. WikiLeaks has kicked the hornet's nest and the swarm is headed towards us. So again, how does this relate to DeFi? It's just the act that, you know, WikiLeaks, something that governments all over the world were after, cannot even stop Bitcoin, peer-to-peer payments, which is DeFi, and that is so powerful, I think, by itself. The cannabis industry, in America at least, I can't speak for other countries, has struggled with banks during legalization, started back in Colorado many, many years ago. We saw lots of dispensaries taking in hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash. No banks would take them. They would have nothing to do. They would keep all the cash in their dispensary, secure it by guards, and I don't know what they ended up doing. There were robberies, raids, all this kind of stuff, and no banks would accept them. Nowadays, I think they're becoming more, like there are banks that are more weed friendly, but still. Adult industry as well. Adult industry since the beginning of time has always struggled pretty much in every way, and especially with finances getting, you know, proper banking and all that. Another issue is like overdraft fees, and I don't know about any other country but the US, if you guys have this too, but if you don't know what this is, so this example on the left here, you have $100. Let's say you get your Starbucks morning latte, $5, groceries, $70, gas, $25. That's all your money, right? So your gym membership, you forgot about, it just charged you $50. You're negative $50. Your bank is also gonna charge you this fee of $35. So now you owe $85. And the reality is, I mean, you should just owe the $50. You got charged because you were poor. You didn't have enough money. And they've raked in over $7 billion on overdraft and not enough money in your bank just from fees. $7 billion taken from people who didn't have money. Like, really? Like, that's insane. So, again, go through my messy notes here. I think I just want to take a moment to acknowledge kind of the dual nature of DeFi that we see play out as well. So this headline is a little crazy, but it says, how the DeFi space has become a massive breeding ground for crypto Ponzi schemes. And as someone who's in DeFi, I can't even stand up here and say, oh, DeFi is perfect, oh, there's no greed, there's no no, it's pretty bad right now. Socially, I think like what you might see on the surface level. And yeah, so while the actual content of this article is like a bit melodramatic if you're actually gonna read it, I think the title stands true for what a lot of people who aren't in DeFi kind of think when they see DeFi or you know, hear about it passing, because it's always the worst stuff, always the nastiest stuff they see. And you know, I just want to remind you, like, this isn't new. This isn't new to or only to DeFi. This is crypto. You know, it can be DeFi too, but it's not the movement. The movement of DeFi is totally separate from all this stuff you see in all the greed. And let's see here. So I want to backpedal a little bit about myself and how I first got into crypto. I was just 15, I'm 26 now, so over 10 years ago. My exact need was for DeFi. So if you recognize this, that's really awesome. You're probably pretty cool. If you don't recognize it, that's totally okay as well. It's a video game online, RuneScape. So it's an MMO, massive online multiplayer, open economy. You can trade all those items, gold, whatever. And the thing with this game is everything had real value. So you know, if I want to sell my gold for PayPal or for dollars, there's a market for that, always. And to me, as a kid, that was so amazing. And I wanted money. I was like 15, 14, 16, I don't know. I wanted cash, whatever I wanted to buy. And I couldn't get PayPal. I couldn't get a bank. My allowance wasn't enough. I don't think I got allowance. And so I was like, how do I sell this stuff? I couldn't use anything. PayPal, you have to be 18. And the people who were 18 and used PayPal to, say, sell RuneScape items, the buyers can call up PayPal and say, hey, I didn't get my item, or I didn't get whatever. PayPal would send the money back to them. And now, this user is left with a negative balance, hopefully not of minus $3,000, but it didn't just affect these people, it affected small businesses too. PayPal has been notorious for you just call them up. As long as you like did the transaction on a VPN or something, you say, hey, this wasn't me, I don't recognize this, boom, you get your money back. PayPal is very bad about that. And not to mention, they also just lock accounts. So if you're like a small business, they've been known many, many times to just lock wallets, lock balances. And hopefully when you KYC or go through everything you need, they'll give it to you. Yeah, so because of all that, I needed a financial system where I could send and receive money without the risk of chargeback that PayPal had. And yeah, so at first it was Liberty Reserve. Do any of you know of Liberty Reserve or have heard of Liberty Reserve? Okay, so if you don't know, I'm not an expert, at least not in my notes here. I didn't write enough about it, but it was like an online kind of payment system, kind of like PayPal if it was run by like Caribbean mobsters who like didn't have a chargeback method and like there was no value. It was just like, hey, we're putting money on this thing, and everyone, you know, it was really shady. Government shut it down. It was like totally money laundering. But that's all that existed before Bitcoin. That's what we were using for online payments when we didn't want that. And even that, it was like hard to onboard. You couldn't just sign up for Liberty Reserve and start using it. It was a complicated process. So then Bitcoin came shortly before Liberty Reserve was shut down for good. And we realized, you know, this was kind of the alternative that we wanted. So earlier I mentioned Venezuela and their hyperinflation. And I'm going to tie it back to my RuneScape game because what's interesting is reported by like several news articles and several companies or all that stuff. If you look it up, Venezuela for many, many years, they've had lots of people who are actually using RuneScape to survive, using it as an income. And it's, you know, they play the game, they farm the gold, they sell it for crypto, and that's what they use to make. And the thing is, it's like this makes more money than a lot of regular jobs that would be made in Venezuela. And this isn't at like a small scale. This is like mass scale on thousands or tens of thousands of people. As a RuneScape player, I've witnessed this personally. You don't log in a day without like, you know, interacting with that. And it's a part of the game, and like it's not a problem. But the problem too is like the game developers, this is against the rules. Like they're not supposed to be doing this. So the Venezuelan gold farmers, they can get banned, and then they have to, like, it's just a whole mess, and they're just trying to survive. They're just, you know, they're in a system that's failing them, and they're trying to use something that is not failing them, and in this case, it's a video game, but hopefully, you know, with DeFi, we can build something that is you know, a little more promising than a centralized 20-year-old game. We've seen similar experiences like being replicated with Axie Infinity in the Philippines, not necessarily just DeFi, but again, almost everything ties into DeFi in some way when you think of the movement. And so that was really cool to see with Axie Infinity. And you know, DeFi just allows us to build these entire systems. So we don't need to tackle these problems using like video games and stuff, and we can actually build a financial system. Yeah, so I was at ECC. This was like a few weeks ago. I don't know if any of you else were there, but it was like 3 a.m. I was sitting at some party in like the woods or something, and some dude comes up to me, and he starts talking to me, and he's like, it's insane. Again, this was a 3 a.m. conversation, so I don't know how accurate the words here are, but he says something along the lines of like, it's so crazy how people don't care about DeFi, or like, not everyone's building DeFi, and I question him, I'm like, what do you mean? Like, why? DeFi isn't the only thing that's so important, but to him, it was so surprising because his problem at that moment in his country, that was the most important thing to him. So at that moment, he thought, why are people not focused on this? And then, you know, and I understand that. And then me as an American, you know, I'm like sitting in my comfortable life. I'm like, I don't worry about these things, and that's privilege. And you know, and I think it just goes to show that you're going to see people building for all different reasons depending on their situation. You know, you might have someone in Brooklyn in their penthouse building some Ponzi to just get even richer. They don't care about any values. They don't care about the spirit or anything of crypto. And you might have people that actually want to build towards a better future. So what does a DeFi world look like? Are we just all going to become like tech nerds overnight? Probably not. It's a slow, long process. We have to slowly, I think, abstract kind of the existing feel of crypto. Even things like the website UI, UX, terminology, like words, like private keys, like all this stuff to this day is so hard. I always use the mom and dad or grandpa and grandpa benchmark. I love this benchmark because pretty much anything in crypto, I ask myself, can my mom use this? Can my dad use this? Yes or no? And then the next stage would be, okay, can my grandma or grandpa use this? And almost always the answer is no, even for my parents. And my parents are, they're smart, they're not stupid, they've got a good head on their shoulders, but I don't even think they could really kind of grasp the concept of 12 to 24 words on a piece of paper that protect all of their wealth. They can't take a picture of it, you can't show your friends, if it gets lost, you're screwed. Like, there's so much, just the very first step of crypto, and this kind of goes all along the way. So, so I think right now DeFi is ready for greed because, and we'll see it more just because it's so hard to get into. It's hard to, I guess, I understand it from just a basic level for the empowerment of the person. And so we do find those bad actors, I guess, more visible or more vocal, even though if they're not more in numbers. Yeah, I guess it's just also important to remember that the vocal minority is not you know what I'm trying to say here. So, finishing up here, it's a really slow process. Like, to get from DeFi where it is today to where my mom and dad can use it, very slow. Like, whatever you're thinking, slower, and even slower. And, account abstraction, who's heard of account abstraction? Raise your hand. Okay, it's become a little more popular lately, last few months especially, with some changes, but this has been something that's been talked for 5 years, if not more. Argent has been around since ICO era. This is, account abstraction is not new. And I'm not saying that you thought that, but my point is just account abstraction itself has been talked about in research for over 5 years, and yet we're still here. And that's okay. It's not like we need to be at the finish line right now, but again, just I guess with the journey and the movement, it's important to not give in to greed, not to I don't know, get overwhelmed and realize things take slow, and we are making lots of progress, and it's really great. So, nobody can predict what happens next, and neither can I. I would say it depends. For those in America, I really don't think like we will see an uprooted like financial system on DeFi like totally changed in our lifetime. I think that would be great if it worked out. Again, this is personally speaking, I could see more of a hybrid system. I think something with like a sprinkle of DeFi or some kind of thing like that. But again, I just think in our lifetime, maybe not, but I hope that whatever, if it is a hybrid system, we can slowly grow that power and turn it into a full system. But for non-like America or these world powers, I think that it's definitely possible in our lifetime that we can see their entire financial system being taken over by DeFi or used by DeFi and almost help pioneer and like influence, I guess, other countries that are not ready to do that. And of course, world events may accelerate the adoption of DeFi as well. So things that happen in the world or anything crazy for better or worse. But even if they don't, we're still working our way towards a more free financial future. And let's see. It's kind of all I had today. I totally screwed this speech up, and I just wanted to kind of remind us all that there's a lot of greed out there, really. Like, you go on crypto Twitter, you might be disappointed. 50-50 chance, half the stuff you see is like, really, come on? If not, maybe it's just me. But there's so much good out there, and like every day is being built. Surround yourself by awesome people like all of you. If you're all here today, like, you guys are obviously the people that are not here for just pumping coins and greed and money. So that's really awesome. And yeah, I just want to say thanks for listening to me ramble up here. And if you want to say hi to me at any point, catch me after. And if you're working on something, I would love to hear about it and see how I can support you if I can. If not, offer feedback and just hear. So, all right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, DeFi dude. Another great example of the many ways to solve solutions in the world, and whether in a DAO or not, how we can discover, create, and define these different approaches to the world's problems. If you want to dig deeper into that, perhaps stick around for a little bit. Back by popular demand, we have Dr. Nick, joined by Ori from the Mechanism Institute. They'll be talking about ways Web3 can help provide the building blocks for these solutions for a better world in or outside of DeFi. Would you gentlemen like to take a seat? Fantastic.
Test. Excellent.
All right. Well, we've got so much excitement today. Why provide any delay? For those that are new to the conversation, Ori, would you like to introduce mechanism design?
Sure. Yeah. So, mechanism, like what I've been working on, or the topic?
Let's go topic first.
Sure. So mechanism design. There's a lot of different definitions, but what I like to think of it as is the design of systems to achieve equilibrium through their own intrinsic mechanisms. So it's basically taking different building blocks and composing them together with a desired end goal in mind that you want the system to coordinate itself towards. And I think it's gone through a lot of iterations and comes from like a different mishmash of fields. One main one is game theory, and then the actual like formal academic mechanism design is just reverse game theory, because game theory is analyzing what different agents will do given certain like incentive payoff matrices. And then mechanism design is saying, okay, given that, let's reverse that and try to achieve certain outcomes by designing with those payoff matrices in mind. Now that's like a game theoretical perspective. I think there's lots of other valid kind of ancestors to what we would call mechanism design today. Another one being cybernetics, systems theory, and there's probably regenerative economics and several other kind of disciplines or perspectives you could use.
And you founded the Mechanism Institute with the goal of studying this, or?
Yeah, exactly, with the goal of further advancing, defining, and surveying what's going on in the field so that we can actually have principles, design principles, building blocks, tools, like what you're working on, to do better mechanism design, basically because it's been a wild west out there for the past decade, and some things work, some things don't. We don't understand why the things that work actually work. And so what we've set out to do is run experiments and then work with different projects to make it more scientific.
Fantastic. And if you were here earlier, I believe you caught Dr. Nick admitting he lost a good 8 years going down rabbit holes on this topic. Would you say there's any way of describing that kind of history and how it's changed?
Yeah, I mean, so the way I see mechanism, it was a wonderful introduction. I think it's a really interesting multidisciplinary topic. The way I think about it is it's a route into decentralization, because what we can do is we can build a mechanism that yields human coordination in a way that we intend as a productive outcome. So you can use these sort of game theoretic ideas to construct a system that kind of funnels people in a direction that you want them to go. And you can think about this by largely in crypto, because we've got tokens. I think that we've got this potential to design incentive mechanisms where you can do this idea called incentive engineering, or incentive alignment is a big principle in mechanism design, where you can just put the right breadcrumbs, the right sort of value breadcrumbs, and lead people down directions, and it's up to them if they do it or not. And so you're thinking about like how do you normally sort of get people to do stuff that's towards a productive outcome? Well, in a centralized organization, you would have managers and authority chains, and then you would make people do it, right? So you basically just force people to do it by trading their time for money, right? Whereas in mechanism design, you can think of creating these systems that are productive for a network or a DAO, for example, and people are just doing it to like follow an incentive direction. So with the right tool, with the right thinking, you can create a structure that just gets people to do what you want, and they're doing it because they want to for the right incentives. I will say that it has somewhat dark directions as well. If anyone follows me on Twitter, you'll know how much I hate WorldCoin, with a passion. But what they've done there is do a simple mechanism design, which is you get airdrop 25 WorldCoins to upload your biometric data to train Sam Altman's biometric surveillance algorithms. So that's an example of a mechanism in action, a very simple one. And you know, in theory, it's a powerful tool that we're playing with here, but it can go in both directions.
Yeah. Yeah, to double click on the dark side of mechanism design, I see two kind of big areas to avoid. One is these kind of what DeFi dude was saying before about the scams and the Ponzi's, and oftentimes mechanisms that are so complex that not even the people building them realize they're Ponzi's. So we have to like understand what we're actually building when we put it out into the world and study and run experiments on it. And so this, you know, Olympus DAO is probably my favorite example of just nobody publicly was like realizing, or Terra Luna, right? These things that are just these massive, super complex mechanisms that look really cool while they're growing, and then people all of a sudden start to like wake up, and you know, the Kool-Aid wears off. The other kind of dangerous path I see mechanism design going is like a neoliberal direction. If basically large corporations, large platforms, and nation states are using incentive design, which they already do with the tax code and other kind of mechanisms, but yeah, if they get inspired and use all these mechanisms coercively, because I think what's magical about crypto economic mechanism design, which you were hinting at, is that it's all voluntary. Yeah. The incentives need to work for people to want to coordinate through these mechanisms. And so that starts to be a lot less interesting and a lot more scary when it's like, here's the app you must use for all of your transactions and social networking and, you know, like the social credit score system type mechanisms.
Love it. You guys beat me to the dark side question right there. And we circled back a little bit with describing the reason why the designs are being implemented. WorldCoin perhaps is not with the right motivation, as it's influencing people through the mechanism. Similarly, the state might not have the right motivation. Aside from motivation or perhaps over complexity, are there ways that you see design going wrong or being a bad thing for those that receive it?
I think it's like, I love that you brought up Olympus DAO, because that was a really interesting moment. There was both Olympus DAO and Terra Luna, I was shouting at people to get out of that thing, and no one would listen to me. And it's interesting to double click on why, right? The mechanism, you know, to a sense, it actually worked a little bit. Olympus DAO, you know, it came bundled with this 3-3 meme, right? Which basically, like, it wasn't, the mechanism wasn't complete. So one of the issues that I think you can get is, like, if you oversell what the mechanism is, right? So actually what it was a mechanism for capitalizing a DAO. Basically, you know, you exchanged your money, so your real Ethereum, for OHM tokens, which you then combined with OHM and ETH for LP tokens, and then staked these LP tokens. And then, you know, they gained protocol, and that just basically money went into the DAO. The problem is that these LP tokens, which they called protocol owned liquidity, are a derivative asset of those things. And when everyone started selling the ohm back into it, those LP tokens just turned into ohm, right? And you get this doom loop scenario. And really what they had was this scenario where you had like people who got in super early. You could watch them staked, and there was like 100 guys sitting there on boat money. Like they'd put in like $3 grand or $2 grand or something, and now they're on 20 million, $30 million. And it actually held together on pure memes for a long time. There was no mechanism there that was actually keeping the game together. And when they started to defect, so when your game breaks down, people start to defect on the game, and it just started to collapse. So I think you've got to be honest and critical about the mechanisms that you're creating, I think. And same with Terra Luna. It was a simple mint and burn contract and was actually very centralized. But they sold it like it was a stable coin, and it wasn't.
All right, well, let's step back into the light. From your experience and what you see developing in the field, what do you see as good foundations for mechanism design for a project?
Yeah, I think good foundations can come from looking for inspiration in the right places. I like to look to the periphery of our global economic system rather than try to replicate what is dominant. So not to go back to the dark side, but I feel like a lot of the mechanisms today are just naive implementations of Wall Street and corporate, Main Street corporations in our governance, in our fundraising, in our market design. So yeah, I like to look for good mechanisms to, basically global south and then peripheral practice within the West to see what mechanisms are so powerful that they're working without smart contracts and without coercion of the state, right? If they can work in these social contexts, then maybe if we code them into smart contracts, we can make more powerful versions that can scale and displace the dominant Western models. And one example of this, yesterday in one of the talks, someone brought up rotating lending circles as well as mutual credit, which work on the ground in probably hundreds of thousands of communities today and throughout history at a small scale. But then if you can look and peel back how that works and then design from first principles something that works on chain, then I think you have a powerful starting point.
Yeah, I think that's. I like that you picked up that. I also really don't like this. We're just copying the Wall Street stuff on the blockchain. One of the most powerful and exciting things about DeFi was that it was created by people who weren't, from that space. It was actually people coming in with a kind of carte blanche attitude of financial systems and building things from the ground up. And then, after the first DeFi bubble burst, it all sort of started to drift back to let's just build Wall Street on the blockchain. In terms of your sort of question around like guiding principle, in London we have this thing called ULEZ, which is like in principle a good idea, it's a mechanism design, and it's congestion charge. It started off called congestion charge, and the idea is that you draw a circle in the center of London, and if you drive through it, it costs you £15, I think it is now. It's a tax, essentially, if you drive into this thing, so people drive around it. Really nice example of a mechanism design. But it's a negative one. It's punitive, right? There's a lot of where we're going in sort of reputation space can get into these kind of homebrewed social credit systems, and I see people thinking of like, well, if this user does that, then we're going to rug them, and they have this. They use the negative mechanism design, this punitive control mechanisms to say, right, you've got to behave like this, otherwise you're getting, quite often they'll say, right, you're rugging your identity and all your money. And that's that's what I don't like. I would prefer I think there's a whole way we can design these things which are purely positive incentives. If you'll literally just go up, not down in them. But yeah, that's as a default anyway. So I would just be wary of those punitive mechanisms.
Is there perhaps a way of framing this space of positive incentives?
I think I actually, because like I mentioned earlier, I came from a learning theory background. And there was a point in schools where we used to cane children for like misbehaving, right? We've stopped doing it, and we've learned ways of controlling the classroom and supporting learning through positive affirmations and through designing mechanisms that are good and positive sum. So yeah, take inspiration from that kind of world where you can don't use the cane basically, but use the right treats, but don't fall into the Skinner box thing where you just come in and hit in the feeder bar of people. Again, world coin, pick up your extra world coin every day to hit a button. Why? It's just to fluff their numbers. So yeah, don't do that.
Actually, just to be controversial,
Go.
I sometimes prefer the cane on-chain, non-violent canes, because it can, especially when it's done in a micro-incentive way.
Yeah.
Like I think holographic consensus, which was designed by DAOstack, was really interesting because it had a lot of these like micro-incentives baked into the voting process. Like if you voted with the majority, then you might receive like a little extra bump in your reputation score. And if you voted out of sync with the majority, you might get a little, right, like the reverse. And so, yeah, like things like this where they're not rugging or like dramatic like a cane, but they're more just like tiny carrots and sticks that can lead the system towards higher order equilibria that are more difficult to get with just carrots.
Yeah, I can give an example of where that can kind of go wrong. I've designed this mechanism on a prediction market where you had an identity and you made predictions. And every time you got a prediction right, you got more voting power. So the idea being that you're good at predicting, so you should have a higher weight influence in the predictions because you're good at predicting. But because it was kind of only up, it just really benefited the early players. And then so consequently we just had the earliest people, I call the OG effect, where you've just got the earliest people to the game.
Oligarchy effect.
Yeah, you got there early, so you're just OP'd in the game, just overpowered in the game because you got there early. So yeah, using that to sort of dampen down that influence is a good idea.
So canes are great if used gently, but back to the light side. I like this idea of speaking in a children's context, right? Especially for opening up a topic this complex. Is there a way of describing to someone, maybe a novice business owner or let's say a child, what the good goals are if you've got a good mechanism design? What are the neat things that you can accomplish?
Do you want to go with that first?
Sure, yeah. I think there's a range of like desired coordination outcomes. A simple one for like a business owner would be to sustainably grow profit, revenue. For workers, it could be to improve working conditions and have more time off. So I think you can design systems that have these kind of outcomes. From a macroeconomic perspective, it could be the kind of stuff the Fed does, like price stability. So if you're managing a currency through mechanism design, you might want not to have hyperinflation like we saw before. But I think one kind of class that's particularly interesting is common pool resources, CPRs, which Eleanor Ostrom looks at. And so that's like a classic case of these coordination failures around managing fisheries or forests and the resources there. So I think that's an area I'd like to see a lot more experiments, is in these real world. Which one? Refi Siciliot. Yeah. But so CPRs, that's a good one. So specifically to not over use a scarce resource, to keep the use of exploitation below the rate of replenishment, and also to fund the provisioning of that common pool resource. That would be specifically how you would define the outcomes in that case. Yeah.
So resource management, workplace improvement, and what?
Profit.
Well, let's skip the profit one. I think that's.
I'll throw one in. Automation. So you basically you can replace out a system. So I think this is where a lot of the DAO space will go. Is in you've got this system you just keep doing over and over and over again, and it's got amount of legwork or process to it. A mechanism you could replace all that with a mechanism. So you just you can do things without having to do things, if you know what I mean. You're building an automated system.
I mean, I know what you mean, but let's pretend like they don't know what you mean. So,
yeah.
So what's this mechanism they replace it with?
So, yeah, for example, Bitcoin is a mechanism, right? That secures a network, and people are chasing money. They're playing a lottery, essentially. They're just playing a lottery with computation power buying lottery tickets, billions a second, and they're playing the lottery and winning money, but what they're doing is securing a network. So you can replace that abstraction with replace securing a network with any other kind of mining type operation. These miners are just doing something, they're playing this game. It's not necessarily even, they don't even necessarily even care about the outcome, but the outcome happens. So it's a way of getting people to do stuff for you, and even if they don't even care about the end goal, because they're doing it for the incentives. Control at a distance, you might call it.
Fantastic. So if we're gonna play the game, what's the best theory to play it on?
What game?
Well, you're undoing the game theory, right?
Right.
So
I mean, there's something like I play the game or don't. It's up to you. Is the phrase that I've got. So basically, I think we're going to move into a world where these mechanisms are much more. Once we crack this stuff, there's not many people care about it yet. But I think what we'll see is a few of these mechanisms that bite and end up generating a huge amount of money. Can anyone remember Lux Rare? It was NFT, short-lived NFT marketplace, but what it did was basically create this mechanism where people farmed, like for tokens, and created liquidity on an NFT marketplace. Blur is essentially the same thing. But Lux Rare lasted for 3 months, and the founders cashed out $300 million. And yeah, that was a bull market thing that happened, but what it demonstrated was a mechanism in 3 months generated a huge amount of profit for these things. And what I think is likely to happen is we're going to see these mechanisms drop, and all the degens will coordinate around them, and it will generate huge amounts of money. And I think we get 2 or 3 more of those, and then everyone's going to start going crazy for it.
fantastic. So if we were going to leave this with a vision of how this could be researched or explored further, what should we encourage ourselves and each other to try to synthesize into these practices?
Yeah, I would encourage everyone to do bold yet small experiments. So push it far, push the envelope where you want it to go, but don't test and prod, right? Don't risk people's real money that don't have proper cautionary notice.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think real experimentation, we need iterative experiments. There's been moments in crypto which I thought were like absolutely magical. I thought like the DeFi summer period was a wonderful moment of like open source innovation. But then it always ended at what I call the peak of max scam, where people take this thing and then they just dial it up to the max. And, it starts out as NFTs as art, then it's profile pictures, and then it's, like Fiverr-generated JPEGs until it's just blown out and gets totally extracted. So, yeah, same thing, like val caps, like make it so people can't ape their entire life savings into it. Make sure the TVL is a meme. Don't cheat the highest TVL possible. It's just risk. So literally put like caps on the size of the game, and I think that's a really good guiding principle. Fantastic.
And if people want to check their mechanisms or review them or refine them, is there a good place for people to go?
Yeah, mechanism.institute, we have a library of mechanism design primitives. So we have about like 130 different primitives documented, and we're just working on more and more case studies and adding more. So yeah, just using that, reaching out.
Yeah, second that. It's an incredible resource. I think it's a really wonderful thing that you've created there. And yeah, I love a mechanism. I'm a total mechanism nerd, so if anyone wants to share any with me, yeah, grab me, hit me up. Happy to, anytime.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Right on time. All right, well, good design is good management of resources, resources being these beautiful things we have the luxury of making use of, whether coming from the planet or from each other. Thanks to Ori and the Mechanism Institute for offering up the resources for anybody interested in exploring the types and implementations of mechanism design. If anybody is curious or interested about how the ways in which we live our lives and in communities and in practices affect these impacts of what we're able to create and the strength of our bonds, perhaps you'd be interested in this upcoming explanation. Our dear MetaDreamer here is going to walk us through the intersection of science, religion, and coordination. As we all aspire to do more things and for higher purposes in groups and communities, this may be one of the better insights for us to carry away. So, MetaDreamer, please guide us into it.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to start by giving a huge shout out to Peeth and Anita and all the volunteers setting this up. This has probably been like the best conference I've been to ever. Sorry, not a conference, festival. It's a festival. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if I can get my notes up on here, actually. There we go. Yeah, so today I'm going to talk to you guys about the intersection of science, religion, and coordination, or how we can scientifically leverage religion to solve coordination failure. So, in the last few years, I've been studying a lot of history, a lot of different world religions, and kind of looking at patterns, because that was a fascinating case study on large-scale coordination among humans, and trying to figure out what was there really that allowed it to scale to such a degree. I think in recent times, religion gets a bad rap, but I think you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I'm here to kind of highlight a few behaviors and patterns and things that intersect with science, religion, and coordination, and how we can kind of combine those three things to get to where we need to be. So I think coordination fundamentally is war against entropy. Entropy being chaos in the universe. All of kind of human progress and technology and everything has been how can we ensure some level of stability. Food, clothing, shelter, protection against negative outcomes, and all these things are the reason why we even want to coordinate with each other. It's essentially to combat entropy, and I think science and religion, they kind of fit this in two separate ways. Science kind of fighting material entropy, or technology, things that we can perceive and sense with our worldly senses, and then religion fighting spiritual entropy, which is I think the deeper connections humans have within them to overcome interpersonal stuff. So with the second law of thermodynamics, the universe is supposed to just tend towards chaos, especially if it started off as a big bang and you have extremely high entropy, gases everywhere. How is it that we went from that to all these like sophisticated ways in which I'm like vibrating my vocal cords to move air particles to hit your eardrums, to then be processed by your brain and reflect on our own existence, or mycelial networks and how they keep like nature in perfect balance. Like, how does all that order come from chaos, and how does that, why is it that we have that? And I think that's essentially the idea of consciousness. Consciousness is, I like to define it as like the force that can counteract entropy. So, entropy normally, it's like the natural order of things, and then consciousness, like humans and animals and all these things, like it exerts a force on that entropy to kind of shape it and mold it to, how we want it to be. And for that reason, there is this idea of God essentially becomes this idea of root coordination. The word God kind of gets people have a lot of like preconceived notions about what it is. But what I've kind of found, like through different world religions and a lot of like philosophers and theologians, is essentially like there's a necessary existence of this like root coordination through which like the light of coordination is shining. The fact that there is shape and dimension to the universe kind of necessitates there being this root coordination, because we kind of appear into the universe, where the universe is somewhat of a game engine. And as we grow up, as children, we're playing with the universe to try to understand how the game engine works. And in our minds, we build our own model of the game engine, but in our minds is not actually the full game engine itself. It's something external to us, something we can never possibly perceive in its full entirety because of our limited senses. So when you can understand that, you understand like it's more of like an ontological thing, that God is defined as the absolute infinite. If the universe is finite and bound by time and space, God is essentially the other side of that same coin. If that makes sense. I have weird analogies, so bear with me. All right, so let's see. Science is basically like a method for determining if the future will behave like it did in the past, based on our senses. So it's not like definitive, it's just like steps towards clarity. And religion, a lot of people see it as like a means of control and telling other people what to do and things like that. It has been, religion has been subverted for political gain throughout history, and people get those two conflated. But fundamentally, I think religion is a way of controlling your own programming. We're in a world, especially now, constantly where, with social media algorithms and outside influence, like our behavior is constantly being programmed, and we're not actually in control of it. And those things shape our basic behaviors and habits that shape who we are. I really think like the root of all coordination problems is just solving coordination from like within an individual. And once you do that, everything kind of falls in place. It's like the analogy of water flowing down a mountain. If you try to like sit there and theorize about, or like come up with a design with like what's the best way to get the water to flow down the mountain, we're just going to get in the way. The best way is just to let it flow, and it naturally finds its most efficient path down. So I think large scale coordination is the same thing. We don't need we need like spiritual coordination protocols more than we need like technical ones. And so religion, I see it as like being in control of your own programming, and the difference between spirituality and religion being it's like, I think spirituality without some sort of practice is like, an athlete without like a training or diet regimen. They go hand in hand. It's like the tool in which you use to sharpen the axe of spirituality. So, yeah, there's a nice quote here. Moving on. Yeah, we covered that. Okay, so yeah, like spiritual coordination. Again, I think there's this idea of like Moloch, and like Moloch is coordination failure, and we're all trying to slay Moloch. I think Moloch is essentially inside all of us, and if we all slay it within us, that's how we slay Moloch. But Moloch doesn't want us to know that. It wants us to try to fight each other, to try to like see it as an external thing. And then that keeps us distracted, and it turns the whole thing into like a red versus blue, left versus right, this political ideology versus that political ideology. And those are all kind of distractions to like what's the real root cause of it, which is like internal coordination. So I think there's an interesting thing with this as like a group coordination protocol. You know, beyond the individual, the next step is a group, and to get a group to coordinate, more like mycelium, for example, where it can be like this like really large network, or ants, you know. It's a very large group that coordinates like really effectively. And the way that they do that is actually just by following a simple internal protocol. Each ant individually just, you know, follows these pheromones, and from that, the complexity of that behavior emerges naturally. So I think what we can learn from religions is like through different religious ceremonies and practices and rituals, we can kind of create synchronization rituals within our communities, ways in which we can, you know, come together and literally like synchronize our like coordination energies, and essentially like, you know, religion being like, oh, you don't want to, everyone should do what they want to do and no one should compel anyone. There is, but the other side of it is like, is a very practical, beneficial element to like improving coordination within the larger scale community. If people follow a protocol as individuals, and then people know what to expect in the group, and then they can work on things much higher level than worrying about the like smaller interpersonal stuff that gets in the way. It improves like compatibility, and you know, it provides a mechanism or a framework for scaling beyond Dunbar's number. You know, with Dunbar's number, I think, is only a limit when you're missing like spiritual synchronicity among a group of people. And yeah, it's essentially, I see it as like surrender. You know, and even my whole like journey in Web3 and everything I'm doing now, like I never really planned it out. I just kind of like went with the flow, and like was useful to someone where I could be useful, and you know, just like surrender to the natural flow of things. And that has got me to like a place with people doing crazy things that I never would have imagined, or you know, I would not have gone there myself if I were to try to like plan that out or scheme it. So you know, when you can like surrender to the force of like natural coordination, which is, you know, you let the light of God, aka root coordination, shine through you, then that lets you, you know, that will put you in places where, you know, you'll never imagine. So, but it's scary and difficult because you have to let go and learn to surrender, and it's a scary thing to do. But if you're able to do that, that I think is, you know, if we all do that, then we slayed Moloch. So, yeah, that's it. That's the first time I practiced a presentation, so I don't know how long it was.
You actually left us a little time for questions. I think you've led us into a beautiful, deep well of faith and belief, and wondering if anybody's got any questions. We've got actually several. Fantastic. You on the left. So supplemental suggested reading for this talk is Whitehead. Fantastic. Any other questions or suggestions? Yes?
It sounds kind of like the entropy is a bad thing, you know, fighting the entropy.
It's not a bad thing. Like, entropy is the reason we all exist. It gives us purpose. If there's no entropy, there's no purpose to do anything.
But you know, the example that you're setting, the water trying to find its path, is kind of middle level of entropy. So entropy is not only the chaos of the system, it's responsible for many things, and many often positive.
Yeah. So I think I agree, and you know, because Moloch is inside of us, I would actually change what I said. It's not our job to like slay the Moloch inside of us. It's always going to be inside of us. It's to like be in control of it, or you know. So entropy is not a bad thing; it's a necessity. But when you can be in control of it and not let it overtake you, you know, you let the entropy being like your lower self, and you can like overcome the lower self to become your higher self. Like the struggle against the lower self to do that is kind of what defines human existence and our like war against entropy.
He's being nice. I'll disagree with you, actually. I think I don't know about you guys. I feel like both in doing things in life and with myself in general, there's this entropic energy that I think it takes skill and patience and effort to hold in and to rein in. And this is an important part of coordination, is making sure that things don't spin off and spiral out. And it's through these practices, whether religious or not, that we can kind of find these shared spaces and this safety of ritual. Yes.
Yeah.
Entropy is considered that one of the main things that create structure. You need to have a certain level of entropy to create more stable structure. That's kind of something.
Yeah. 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 So I think it's like, you know, I think like, you know, without entropy or anything, it's like just baseline. And good or bad, I think it's basically in perfect balance, you know? Like, just like you can't create or destroy energy, you know, like, like taking that baseline and adding contrast and shape to it, you know, adds contrast and shape in both the good and the bad. You know, the baseline can be set anywhere, but the fact that there is dimension, the fact that there is shape, the fact that there is like entropy and, you know, consciousness, that's the kind of thing that, you know, the whole or sum of that is defined as, to me, that's like the definition of God, is the sum of that definition and light that we have.
Entropy is existence. I think destroying entropy is a false ideal, like just saying, like anything, never changing. Change is inherent, but being mindful of that and conducting in ourselves in a way that tries to guide it in a helpful direction, I think is probably a great intersection to offer ourselves. Speaking of intersection, we're about to intersect with our next talk. Thank you. One more round of applause for MetaDreamer. Beautiful. Anybody had any good dreams lately? No? No volunteers? No dream talk? Oh, the Everything app. That's a lovely dream. I think it's one that may be getting closer than we'd like to believe. All right, anybody in here come from the workshop stage? We got some great dreams happening over there. If you check your schedules handy, you'll see that we're coming up on a break, but before that, we've got some fantastic talks here. And in the workshop area, we're wrapping up some North Star creation, some building and contributing, and healthy communities. Beautiful. That shows some good alignment with what we've been talking about over here. Happy for this healthy community and excited to take us into this next talk. We'll be with you in just a moment. All right, looks like we're about ready. So if you are interested in how the future is coming, then perhaps you would like to learn a little bit about metasystemic coaching. This is an important way to perhaps organize your team, your effort into a better, more cohesive, and more effective unit. So if you'd like to carry us into it, I think everyone's excited and ready.
Wonderful. Is the mic on? Yeah, okay, it's on. All right, so hello everyone. My name is Lauri from Finland. Not, not that directly related to the crypto scene or anything like that. Was funny. Before I came here, my friends asked, "Where are you going?" It was Croatia. Why? What for? For MetaFest. Then they were like, "I don't know what the fuck that is about, but it sounds you should be here." So that's how I am. And yeah, so here to talk about metasystemic coaching. So this kind of overlaps a little bit with the meta-modern philosophy that was introduced yesterday, but at the same time with AI and at the same time with coordination. So here we go. And yeah, my background is being an entrepreneur since 2016, currently trying to create an AI that would basically work in a scalable way and provide systemic coaching for organizations worldwide. My background is also in systemic coaching, and I do study philosophy, future science, and adult education in Helsinki University. And why do I want to talk about this topic? So there's a couple of reasons that have been already talked about, that there is this need for exponential human development because of all the change that is ongoing. And I do think that organizations can provide the leverage for that, and that the current emerging technologies and the urgency and also the will are converging towards some kind of a paradigm shift. However, that is a CV level material. Why I really want to do this is that I do think that mankind is inherently fucked up, life is fucked up, but we still deserve to have fun and functional systems. And I think probably you do too. You wouldn't be here otherwise. So explaining a little bit about these terms on what I mean with metasystemic coaching. So systemic might be already a category that is already something you are familiar with, and metasystemic is just an extension of that. It's about systems of systems. And coaching by that means a way of interacting with another person, usually through open-ended questions that enables them to increase their capability for action, to become something more than they previously were. And in this context, we extend that to interconnectedness, to holism, to feedback loops, to emergence, patterns and dynamics, leverage points, adaptive learning, and taking different perspectives. And I'm coming back to the meta problem that already has been discussed quite a lot about. I do think that there is some kind of a misalignment on a metasystemic level of exponential complexity. And for already existing organizations, this means that, well, it's very difficult to adapt because things are just moving so fast, and you don't clearly understand what is happening, what is needed, and what is relevant for the company and also the market. And because of all the change that is ongoing, people get increasingly reactive and change reluctant because there is lots of pressure and lots of uncertainty, which makes people anxious, understandably so. Which leads to decrease in well-being and performance of people who actually want to do things, which causes stagnation and even regression. And ultimately, this means for organizations that the capabilities for calibration, collaboration, and communication around shared value creation get smaller and smaller. So in short, even though there is so much talk about leadership, it's a method, but we don't need better leadership to thrive in the 2020s and into the future. No, there's something deeper. We need to improve the adaptive capabilities of organizations within complex, novel situations. And it's difficult to achieve. It's like very impressive stuff that you guys are doing with blockchain, with DAOs and all of that. But I do think that there is this enemy called common sense, our history. I think that if we are already in agreement that we don't know what the fuck is going on, then this common sense, I think, is nonsensical, and we need to start looking for alternatives. And there can be many, but for me, what has been the paradigm shift is the French philosopher Gilles Deleuze, who, what I say, it is difficult to try to explain Deleuze in 5 minutes. Please don't fucking kill me. But I will at least make an attempt to do so. So basically what Deleuze thinks is that reality is becoming, that reality is difference, that our thinking reduces being into dogmatic images of thought, into different habits, into different ways of thinking and acting, which can be limiting to us. And therefore, we would need to create a completely different kind of relationship to change, to fundamentally transcend this outdated common sense, these ways of thinking that are hindering our progress. And here's, I think, a beautiful quote from Deleuze on how to achieve that. He was a constructivist. He thought that we need to invent new concepts. We need to confront the chaos, see the possibilities, see how things could be, and then give them names, because these names have power, and eventually they become like a chair, like a common object that people just agree that yes, this is reality. And that is how we should relate to change, that we have power over it. We have power over transmuting chaos according to our desires. So some of these concepts that he introduced, I think, can be very useful when implemented in an organizational context, like this being as becoming, and also rhizomatic thinking, which means that instead of thinking that here are the boundaries of economics, here are the boundaries of psychotherapy, here are the boundaries of philosophy, let's actually just switch the boundaries and see completely new types of connections for thinking. And for organizations, this can mean different self-managing practices, questioning our ways of coordination and collaboration and communication. I've given quite a list of different examples of what can be done. And also, second thought, which I think is very important, is this thought about desire as production, because there is this lot of talk about needs, but then the question comes that, okay, where do these needs come from? Are they predefined? Are they something that we can expect everyone to have the same needs? Or do we actually desire always something extra? Is there a need to think in terms of lack, or can we actually think about desire in a productive manner? And I think this change in the mindset, how would I say, completely changes our relation, especially to our development as human beings, because when we don't approach ourselves on what we are lacking, but we can approach our lives instead from the perspective on what can we create, what can we give. And from here on, I think this is preaching to the converted as you are Taoists, but another concept which I think is important is this plane of immanence, which in a sense means that we should approach reality in a more horizontal, heterogeneous manner, instead of thinking that there are these transcendental beings like CEOs or banks or whatsoever. They are just different ways of organizing our desires and can be questioned with different kinds of practices. And then finally, I think Deleuze, at least for me, has been this prophet of radical liberty with his idea that we actually can escape from different types of seeming conflict situations with what he calls lines of flight, with actually figuring out new ways to solve problems by reconfiguring our relationship and our perception of those problems. And so fundamentally, all of this sounds nice, interesting, very, very inspiring, but fundamentally it comes back to the problem of power, and especially to how we understand power, because what I was talking about is power as what we can do, how can we affect the world, the outside, and also how the outside can affect us, what can become through that interaction. But that is not a usual conception of power. Usually power is based on the idea that it is some sort of a default that we have to fight about with each other. So I made this dichotomy that I will get a bit deeper quite soon. But starting from the first idea, I think that the idea of power that I was trying to present is something I call active liberatory. It's the idea that power is everywhere. Power lives in our interactions. But also power is productive. We can create new things. We can create new knowledge. We can even create new identities and realities. And which is based on the idea that desire is positive. The world is not something fixed. The world is something we constantly collaborate and co-create. It's dynamic and emerges from complex interactions. Which then again comes to another idea that, okay, so what are we really fighting against here with this metasystemic coaching, with Taoism, with regeneration, with metamodernism? I think it comes to Foucault's conception of fascism, and fascism as something internalized, something that approaches the world from this perspective of fixity, from this perspective of boundaries, from this perspective of lack, and that is something that we need to overcome. So, and this type of power I call reactive supremacist power, which originates from belief in scarcity, which is based on lack. For example, I am here talking to you because I want attention and I don't, and stuff like that, which can be also true. But, and also that in reactive supremacist power, they believe that power, love, recognition are something finite that we must fight against with each other, which means that we are caught in zero-sum games, and we are in fixed identities, powers, and capabilities, which I try to think that what could be the mantra of this type of thinking. And again, it comes to this toxic common sense of be yourself. Don't fucking be yourself. You don't know who you are until you try. That's bullshit advice. Let's forget it. We become ourselves by becoming other, by trying out what we desire, who we want to become. And that is active liberatory power, which believes that power is productive and we can become through mutual interactions which are enriched with empowerment and collaborative enhancement. So, coming from this build-up, how I define coaching is it's a form of technology of liberatory power. It's a way of being with others that enhances their capabilities of action, which means that metasystemic coaching is an exponential technology of liberatory power, just like DAOs, for example. So, coming to these ideas of technologies of liberation, here's some might recognize it's from Ken Wilber, this meta-theory of all-quadrant model. I've been thinking that, in a sense, there are these technologies of self, things how we can internally work through the ways of thinking, ways of feeling, ways of acting that make us act in a dominating manner, that make us approach the world from the perspective of lack. And also there's technologies of me, how my body behaves in time-space, which I think can be worked through with behavioral modification techniques and just generally, I think scientific method, even though with all of its caveats, still works quite well and can be integrated into your way of being in this world. And then more importantly, when we extend from the idea of the individual, there are these technologies of us, how we are with each other, how we can liberate each other, how we can increase our common capabilities of action. And then there are the technologies of it, which is in a sense approaching us, and also not just us as humans, but institutions, technologies, as systems, as interactions, as networks with both qualitative and quantitative data. So the point of all of this is to develop liberatory systemic leadership capability throughout the organization that organically communicates, coordinates, and calibrates around shared value creation. And then how I want to help here. So basically what I've been doing besides thinking about philosophy, I've been building an AI coach, which I would want to work as a cognitive challenger, a personal trainer, and an empathetic listener for people who are working in organizations. I have created this concept that I call artificial virtuous intelligence, something that increases the virtue of people it interacts with. And it works quite simply by just integrating to Slack and Teams, and we are also looking into other communication platforms. You just interact it with on a weekly or daily basis. And the idea behind it is, by this analogy of Trojan horse, that in a sense you shift this AI into corporations that are going through some sort of a change or transformation program and have people interact with it, and which makes the organization transition from reactive supremacist power dynamic to an active liberatory one. Because it helps individuals to understand how they are influenced by and how they also can influence how things are run in the organization and explore and adopt different novel approaches that mutually benefit them and their organization as well. And there are lots of methodologies that we are integrating into it, but I think just having internal family systems which basically approaches the self as a multiplicity, as an ecosystem of different drives and desires, and with system coaching, which includes also the external reality, the reality of capitalism, the reality of different departments in an organization and so on. And then also the narrative practices. How can we build up empowering narratives for helping ourselves and others? Okay, so that is the first part. The second part is that all of this interaction with individuals accumulates quite a lot of reflexive data, and which with the consent of the users we collect and anonymize. And I've been collaborating with Sohail Inayatullah, who is the head futurist of UNESCO, who has created this model called causal layer analysis, which basically allows you to look into narrative and see the different levels of it, that what kind of values, what kind of worldviews, even what kind of myths the narrative is implying. So we've been building up a method that we call the internal futures method, which basically means that the AI, when it has these in-depth interactions with people, can create an ecology of metaphors of how people relate to working in the organization, how people relate to the changes going on in the organization, which could transition us from this fetishism of superficial metrics to a more profound understanding of different realities that people in an organizational ecosystem are sharing, and therefore creative constructive feedback loops where people can see. I would love to have a shared dashboard with people so they can see how what are the shared realities, and how can we use that as a leverage for more enhanced coordination. So here's a simulation I built on how it looks like. I fed the system many different metaphors, and it could see, for example, that there are these different topics that emerge, these different nexus of themes, where if we zoom into them, we can see on basically the realities people are living in and the realities people are sharing, which I think quite dramatically changes the nature of power used in organizations when it's not anymore from the up-down, but it's something more horizontal, something more constructive. And believe it or not, even though we are a very early stage, we do have operations in the Nordics, Japan, and US, and people are actually liking it. And I'm very happy for that. So to spread the corporate virus of liberatory power. And my vision is basically that this would increase agency of people, and increasing agency of people benefits everyone in every context in emergent, unforeseeable ways. And it increases the intelligence of not just us as individuals, but us as organizations, which we need to tackle the wicked problems of the now and near future better than we currently can. We need to accelerate the collective intelligence of mankind. And that happens with increasing empowerment, increasing the decentralization of power, which all together leads to further adaptation in an accelerating exponential complexity. Thank you.
Wow, I never thought I'd enjoy such a powerful talk. Liberating power sounds like a wonderful thing. Anybody have any questions they'd like to pose about it? Yes?
Go on. That's a good question. We used to call it Panda Training, which was even more stupid name. But then we couldn't leave the brand anymore, which was already rooted in Panda. But I'm a 90s kid, and I have a nostalgic attachment to Trons, so I wanted the Pandatron.
All right, fantastic. Well, yep.
You have a really broad range of influences. It was interesting, like bringing together things like integral and IFS, which is like psychological frameworks. How do you synthesize all of that in a practical sense? This might be maybe this is the conversation.
How do you synthesize all the
Yeah, no,
frameworks in a practical sense?
Sure. That's a really good question, to which I would claim that, I have the French post-structuralist ontological foundation that we were discussing before, but the surface level of that is pragmatism. I'm just testing different things and seeing how they work, and this clusterfuck that we have made makes sense and it kind of works. So until it doesn't, I'm going that direction. Yeah.
Sounds like you're drinking the Kool-Aid of the liberating power with that.
This would be quite weird if I wouldn't. So this is how would I say, almost like a crusade to me at this point.
I think it's an appropriate one. It seems that social media has primed us to feel like we have to pitch an identity rather than explore which ones we can and might. And perhaps Web3 is a great invitation for people to take you up on this invitation.
Yeah.
Awesome, thanks so much. I think we have a panel coming up which will explore even deeper ways of governing DAOs. So, in the many ways that we can and should empower each other in autonomous organizations, we will have some thoughts. We'll have we'll have unoriginal moments where people disagree and original agreements. fourth microphone?
He's in charge of turning it on, and now he has charged it on, turn it on. So I generally don't start until the audience is quiet. Because it's a DAO. So if the audience isn't ready, this is going to be an interactive session where the people sitting here are going to participate. It is not going to be a panel. It's going to be fun. Or confronting. Well, this is the thing, like, how did this decision get made? Because I definitely did not agree to be on a panel or facilitate a panel on the topic of governance patterns. But the decision was made, like, in this kind of long way. And so we're talking about governance patterns and these kind of hidden patterns for us where decisions are made and we're kind of like, oh, now how did I get here? Or how did that proposal get on the table? And it didn't really, like, it didn't happen at one moment how this panel got composed. It was like, Pete contacted me, and then another person wanted to talk on the same topic, but then he didn't want to leave another person out, and then somebody asked for a favor, and he couldn't say no to them. And it was like, we think that we're making decisions at these moments, but there's so much human factor underneath. And we're quite disembodied, actually. I love the background noise. That's fantastic. It's like incredibly, I don't know if you guys are hearing it, but it's like very distracting and doesn't work. Is there somebody here who can handle this situation? Because it really doesn't work. Like, can somebody, yeah.
It is. It has been delegated.
Okay, cool. All right, good. And so I thought, what are the things that we're not seeing about how we're making these decisions? And yeah, and I found myself one day talking about something at one of these groups, and somebody came up to me and started asking me questions. And then another person came up and asked me questions, and all the people were male people, and there was like something right behind me. And very soon I found myself with like 5 guys like surrounding me, and we're having this discussion where they're, you know, like kind of inquiring about what I said. And then all of a sudden I said, look how we're standing. And everybody's like, wow. And how much that changes the conversation. So we'd like to do some little exercises with you guys to kind of get a sense of some of these hidden factors. And so the first thing I want to ask everybody to ask themselves is, what are the moments in which you know it's probably bad to respond to a text? Like first thing in the morning, before I've had my coffee, after I just did this with the kids, in between when I'm with the kids. Like, and what I want you to pay attention to is, what are the emotional and physical sensations that are associated with the moments that you probably shouldn't be answering that text? It'll be a particular place in your body, and we could call that a state of emotional arousal. Right now, you're probably at like a 0 from a, you know, like 1 to 5, how much emotional space you are. But if I started complaining about how this is an all-female panel and why don't the women get enough space, all of a sudden your emotional arousal might change. Like, oh my God, this feminist, or you, right? So start to notice how that feels in your body when you're in that emotional state that you should not be participating on the DAO Discord channel. And then I want you to notice the emotional state that you're in when you're like really resourced. For some people it might be happy, for some people it might be calm. Like when you're at a high state of emotional arousal, excited, fun, whatever, but it's a positive state. And how that feels in your body, and sort of, check that in. And then, I could say something like, everybody gets paid the same. And you're like, oh, new emotional state. So we're going to do a little exercise. Esther's going to do a little exercise. Now that you've started to check in with your bodies, like how that feels. And what I'd like to do is to have people think of a situation in a Discord channel or a DAO or somewhere where maybe you weren't face-to-face with people that involved 2 or 3 or 4 people in your DAO that did not go the way that you wished it went. Either the decision was a shitty decision, or the way that it was discussed was unpleasant, or you found yourself very frequently in that emotionally aroused state that you wish you weren't in. Or maybe you answered the text, you were the one who started it at that wrong time of day.
Yeah, like Grace said, we're going to explore the feelings and the effects that go along with these challenging situations. So what I'd like is for you to just take a minute or two, close your eyes, remember something, that situation with between 2 and 4 people where you felt like a very strong emotion, or felt that it got in the way, or felt that somebody else was projecting this really strong emotion and you were triggered by them. Just take a minute to remember that. And what I'd like is for you to drop down into your body and take a deep breath. And feel where in your body that emotion is gathering. What kinds of sensations there are in your body as you re-experience that situation. And just give it a little bit of space, notice it, notice the thoughts that are coming up in response to that. Notice that is your mind being triggered by that body sensation? Can you sense any repetitive thoughts? Oh, this shouldn't be happening. This always happens. Why are they doing this again? Why is this happening again? This keeps coming up. Why can't people behave the way I want them to? Why can't they just do what I want? Why can't they see that this is the best course of action? We've all had moments like that, I think. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? That's right. I'm worthless. Why isn't anyone listening to me? Why isn't somebody speaking up? What I'd like to do in the next few minutes is, if somebody has a scenario that they have in mind that they would feel comfortable exploring, then I'd like to break us into groups where we can re-explore those emotions. So could everybody raise their hand who's thought of a very clear scenario with a few people, a small number of people who would be willing to explore that?
And this is a LARP. We're going to do a role-playing game where in person you're going to do the thing you did online. So if you raise your hand, you're going to get to assign the roles. You don't have to say which one was you. You could just say one person said this and one person said that, and the people in the group will LARP with you and play the role-playing game here.
Yes, we don't have to script this. We just gather into groups and everybody takes a role. Yeah. And you, preferably, if you can just explain it very briefly, don't have to give a long narrative about it. You just explain very briefly and concisely to the others what role they are playing. For example, if I was in a situation where I went into a meeting and wanted a decision about something, and for whatever reason, that decision wasn't made, even though it completely impedes the progress of whatever is going on in the project at that time. The decision wasn't made, and I might feel a lot of frustration at that. I might feel that somebody was getting in the way of that, and then another person might feel, well, it's too fast to make this decision. I don't think that we should make this decision right now. And somebody else might feel, I feel caught in the middle of this. So that's just a brief example of the kinds of roles that might be available in that situation.
So if you want to role play the scenario, like just hold your hand up with the number of people that you'll need to play with you, and then gather around a person who's got their hand up with the number of fingers that they want to role play with. And if nobody does role plays, we'll have to think of something else to do during this time. All right, we got somebody who needs 3 other players. We got at least 1 LARP going. All right, we got somebody who needs another player. 1 more player up here, guys. So, what? You'll go with him. You're going to go group with him. He's going to do a LARP, so he's going to have at least, when 3 people go around him, he'll put a finger down every time he doesn't need another person. And then you guys can LARP. Anybody else have another situation that they want to role play? None of you have ever had conflicts?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be in the DAO situation. It could be in your everyday life as well.
You could make something up, man.
Yeah.
He still doesn't have enough people to LARP with him, too. 1 more person. Maybe we're not, I mean, if people are not up for this, maybe we have to change the format.
I guess I would also like to share, this does connect to governance at the end. And the way you'll be able to feel and understand that connection the most is by participating, just like in governance.
Oh.
So would love to encourage everyone else to join a group. If you don't have an idea, we'll come out and help facilitate that as well. So I think there's a cluster up front. Are you all comfortable?
Oh,
wonderful.
Okay, he's looking for a couple of role players. All right, we've got another role player. And I think we have 3 role players, and then we have 3 non-role players over here. So we'll either come up with something or, all right. You can also join one of the other groups and like pretend to be a participant that they didn't name, but who's also on the Discord channel. You could like make up your own role. Okay, cool, we got groups, cool. All right, so take 2 minutes or 2 to 5 minutes to explain what you're doing, and then play the role play, and I'll stop you guys at some point. Or Esther will. So as you're talking, elevate and exaggerate the emotional state you're in. Like, exaggerate your character's emotional state. Like, what are you talking about? You know this is a crypto company. We pay in tokens. You know, exaggerate it. So the tokens are already issued, as you know. We issued the tokens. Put them in a vesting pool. Each month, the amount that you're supposed to get paid for the month will be there. And at the end of the 6 months, the vesting pool opens, and then you'll get a lump sum at the end of the 6 months. Yeah, yeah. Well, depends what wallet you're using. It's an ERC token, so we use it on the Ethereum network. Like, you can use whatever wallet you want. We don't care. That's up to you. Again, that's the same with multi. It's up to you. You do it the way you do it. This is, you know, it's.
Yeah, but I mean, if you promise a certain amount, and then your token tax the amount. If it's in this wallet for 6 months from now, and now it's worth 4,000, and in 6 months it's worth 2,000.
I mean, look, we've got these investors. They're great investors. You know, the money is there. And, you know, Ethereum goes up, Ethereum goes down. There's not to worry about that. That's the way it is. The Ethereum money is like the base level. But most of the money's going to be in the tokens of the project. I mean, if you don't believe in the project, what are you doing here anyway? We don't do KYC. Yeah, we want you to open a new wallet. It's totally fine. I mean, that's what we're doing. Like, you do understand that this is important for the industry. Privacy, you know, privacy matters.
Yes, but so is security. So security matters. My ability to feed my family matters. What happens then? You know, a company that looks after its people, even if they're not your employees.
That's not how it works, no. I mean, if you want, you can work half-time, and then you can have, like, whatever it is that you need for your company, or you can establish a company and pay yourself. I mean, I hired you because you've been experienced it. I mean, what have you been doing these last 5 years in the industry? Isn't this, like, this is...
But this has never happened to me before, where I've been paid later and promised a certain amount of tokens later, maybe 6 months after the investment. I'm not one of your investors.
Well, you're investing your time. Obviously, you must believe in it. What do you expect me to do? Like, pay yourself in all the 6 months in advance, and then hope you're going to work for me? Like, how's that going to work? Hope that you deliver? It's not like, if you deliver code that's only partial after 1 month, I can't do it. It's not like I can hire another programmer to fix it.
What about milestones? I mean, those are not the only 2 options that you have here. It's not pay now upfront and pay a little bit later. There is the monthly.
We need to vest the tokens in order to have the token have value.
What if the company goes up and then everything's gone?
Well, the tokens are yours. It's a smart contract. It'll open up anyway.
But then they'll be worthless.
Welcome to crypto, man. Okay, guys. You want to transition? Should we have a shake it out? I don't know. All right.
Do you feel like you have successfully explored the dynamics between your individuals in your group? Maybe, maybe not.
We're not asking you to solve the problem. Just express the
Yes.
emotions.
Okay. Do you want to do the like shake? Okay.
Maybe just stand up and
Yeah,
shake it
yeah.
off.
Let's kind of do a little bit of movement, shake your whole body, get rid of the stuckness.
Discuss it instead of doing a second round. Like, have
Yes.
them,
Yeah, okay. Shake it. You could do a little jumping as well, just shake it. Yeah. And high five each other. High five. Cool. Everybody loosey goosey. Cool. Should we just get? Okay, so why don't we share some of the emotions that came up? Where did we feel stuck? Who felt really confrontational, or who felt kind of like the energy was trapped? Or, you know, in our group, I felt really frustrated because I felt like I wasn't being heard. We did a role play as well. That is the whole problem with crypto.
It's
You
crypto.
guys.
Like, don't you know what kind of business this is?
So I felt really frustrated because the scenario was that that our pay was being held in. Am I not sure?
Vested. It's called vested.
It was being vested in escrow in a smart contract until 6 months later, and I was playing the part of somebody who needs to do things by the book and who needs a steady income and who needs to declare and everything. So that was my role, and I felt really frustrated because I felt like I wasn't being heard. I felt like my needs weren't being met. I felt this kind of feeling of frustration building in my solar plexus that I felt like I was like talking to a wall. Like there was nothing coming back except this line of, well, this is crypto. What do you expect?
And in my role, so if I was doing this by Discord, if I were doing it by Discord, I wrote everything really clearly, and I'm starting to think this person is a little bit stupid or something, and maybe I shouldn't have hired them. Like, it's all written out really carefully. Like, what don't they understand? What's their problem? So, also, like, at first it just seemed like very administrative. Like when was happening by text, I could see it was very administrative. But when I was talking to the person, I could see they were getting frustrated and upset. But by text, it just sounded like they were kind of stupid, that they didn't understand. So how about you guys? What came up for you, and maybe what are some of the differences between doing it by text and doing it in groups?
I'm happy to respond, no problem. But with the camera on, I don't want to talk shit about someone. You may see this. So,
Maybe
can I do it without context?
you can do it without context, and you can do it like my experience when I was doing it by text was like this, and when I did it by just the way I did it. Like when I did it by text, it felt like very neutral, like I just explained it. But when I'm doing it in person, it felt like this, so that it wouldn't be, you wouldn't necessarily need to mention names. Yeah.
This was also through Discord. I am more than happy to share my beliefs about ideologies and religions, and I would like to share my general. I'm an atheist, but there are other people in my team who are very religious and very oriented to sharing their beliefs for the good. For me, it's no problem that people have their own religions and their own purposes in life. However, in a DAO-oriented community, or in a DAO, religion should not be expressed to be the core focus of the movement. So I've found issues.
Rather than the issues, like, how did that feel in text versus how did it feel in a group talking about it? So you don't have to go too deep into the story. Like, when we were texting about it, I found myself getting really tightened up, but when I was looking at them, maybe I kind of understood it better. Something like that.
It was, so through text, it felt like intensive irony, considering the person would share his beliefs big time. And it's ironic in the sense when others share their beliefs, he would not go into the context. Whereas, oh, I see. Thank you. I appreciate you. It was different here in text because there's a lot more visual, but it's a lot more eye to eye, and it's a lot more interruptions. Whereas through Discord, it feels like you say your point, and then they only respond to your point. There's no emotions, there's no references that you can share. It's just all straight argumentative in person. So I felt more connected with the people that were kind of on my side. I felt like, no disrespect. I felt that it was someone, again, no disrespect, the person is much more stubborn. In person, they're much more stubborn, whereas through Discord, everyone can publicly see that they're saying this and everyone can kind of disagree with that person. So you have a lot more backing, whereas if someone's just louder like this, you know, they make their point, whereas a group of people can collectively disagree. There's no weight to text.
How do you think it is for the person getting a whole lot of Discord messages versus is there something like the person who's getting a whole lot of messages? Like, how is it for the person getting a whole lot of opposition on Discord versus being in an actual conversation?
So that was her.
Yeah.
So she, I don't know. Do you want to ask her? Or?
How would it be for you if you were getting a whole lot of backing from a whole bunch of people like opposing you on Discord versus this kind of conversation? How different might that be?
In person, it would be more attacking that three of them would be against me. Like just on the line, it's not so, no, they have more power in real. Because it's like these 6 eyes has 6 energies, and the sound of the mimics and everything, it's just the body language and the energy of people. And if you are like 1 against 3, it's really different in life or on the computer, I mean on the DAO.
Awesome. And again, we're talking about governance instructions, things that are hidden inside of our DAOs. Does anybody in this group want to talk about their experience and how it might have been? Oh, you've got a mic? Wow.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I actually playing in this role of someone that was being kind of put off in finishing or improving or kind of doing due diligence in a project, that it was more frustrating in person. Because in a digital sense, when the frustration is kind of a lack of action or a lack of follow-through, then you have to have some imagination of empathy that maybe they're just bogged down by this or that or this or that. But when directly to someone's face, it's just like, no, let's not worry about it, and putting off the conversation or dismissing it. I think it has less of a kind of potential excuse. It's just kind of a refusal to follow through with a goal.
Can I ask, how were you feeling in your body when you were experiencing this face-to-face? I find that very interesting that it was amplified face-to-face. So when you were talking to this person, how did it feel?
Well, you know, it can only go around the circle so many times before you're like, well, you already have all the explanation you need. Why are we discussing whether to do it? Why don't we just do it? And so I guess in the moments where there's not really something new to share, but you're saying, but this is what we're here to do. Why don't we do it? It does feel a little bit kind of tense. Like internal tightness, maybe.
Yeah, I noticed that you're pointing here at your chest, around here at the
lower chest area,
lower chest,
upper belly area. Yeah.
That's interesting because I felt that too when I was feeling frustrated. It was here, right here, that it was.
And I felt it when you were describing it.
Fabulous. Yeah, generally, like there's certain centers that harbor emotion, like here, or your heart, or your belly. People talk about it. We're really fortunate because Erin's actually done research on this, and she's going to tell us about how the research has shown some of the things we found out on our bodies today.
So we were hoping that through this exploration, you were able to connect with the individual parts of yourself, just as any DAO is this compilation of individual people or individual working groups as well. And that's complicated. And I guess for a little bit of context, I'm part of Talent DAO. We do research on DAOs. So some of the different things I'm sharing are just kind of high-level aggregate findings we've come across with some interspersing of things I've seen personally or experienced as well, and hoping that that can tie this experience back so you can take it forward working in your different groups, whether you're part of a DAO or just as we move into a more decentralized, distributed workforce. And one of the biggest findings that we've come across is that without kind of a central force leading us forward, tying us together, it's really easy for conflict to arise and groups and teams to unravel. And some of these different emotions are kind of those underlying forces that can lead to that unraveling. And as you might be leading different DAOs, you might take this approach of, oh, I want to take a really democratic way to solving issues with the environment. There are a ton of people, amazing people, who care about it. But if I say, all right, all of us in here, let's go out, solve the issues with the environment today, would you know how to take that next step forward? Would we have a good sense of how to work collectively in doing that? One person might have the idea of, oh, solar is the answer, we have to move that way. Another person might lean towards agriculture. But if we leave today and we're like, all right, gung-ho, let's go solve issues with the environment, would that be a connected movement forward? And coming back to that question, especially when we're in leadership roles and taking on that internal responsibility of setting some of that different vision, setting the vector direction of where we're going as an organization is actually essential to keeping it alive, to then inviting other people in to have that discussion, to become part of it. It seems kind of counterintuitive at first, and a lot of that has to come back to how are we showing up in our own bodies to show up effectively in whatever roles we're participating in. Are we showing up properly in that role? Are we communicating fully? Are we compensating others appropriately? And all of the other kind of conversations about governance, about what does the tokenomics of this organization look like? What does communication flow? What does even the design of the different smart contracts come back to some of these discussions and really, what are we doing here? And getting crystal clear on that is where impact can be had. And in many different conversations yesterday and meeting many of you, I feel like we're all quite oriented towards wanting to have that impact, wanting to take one step forward to making it better. And there's a lot we can learn from the kind of systems and institutions that be already while taking this next step forward and just not losing sight of structure is essential. And sometimes we do have to speak up. Sometimes we do have to stand for different things we believe in, and that's okay if everyone else doesn't agree. They can make another tribe. They can create another DAO and like fulfill that mission. And it really comes back to connecting at that more human level to then build out some more of those structures to really enhance whatever we're trying to work towards. We're hoping that this first introduction to just kind of bring you back into your body, into maybe a moment that was able to resonate with you, can then allow you to take that forward when you might be deciding all of these different, maybe more technical kind of points of your organization. Is that connecting?
Yeah, and so we really would have liked to be able to have more time to do these kinds of exercises. Like, if we had done if we had more time, the next exercise would have the same conversation, but with a real strong commitment to get to know the other person, to like really understand their argument, and really saying when you're triggered, even saying, "Ooh, I'm feeling really like this is making me feel uncomfortable," and having like a very different type of conversation. But to end it on a really up note, we're going to wrap up, and everybody should do high fives again. We're going to go down the aisle, and you can high five us as we come by.
Beautiful. Let's everybody high five themselves real quick as a thank you for this wonderful panel. Fantastic. Did y'all want to make it? Wonderful. All right, so we're gonna set the stage real quick, prepare ourselves to transition from our governance patterns exercises to a regulatory considerations for DAO and Web3 projects talk. So we're going to prep this presentation real quickly and be with you in just a moment. Thank you for making it in. We are very excited to be taking the conversation from how to effectively accomplish things to how to not get in big trouble for accomplishing things. That's maybe an important step in the space. And grateful that Jonna can come from Bankless DAO and Ombuds and FTW DAO. Wow, it's actually quite a long pedigree you have here, including head of business development at MyDAO. So she's going to walk us through how to help understand the regulatory impacts of DAOs, the pros and cons of legal jurisdictions, and the biggest risks. So everybody get out your notepads. This one sounds like one you should remember. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, would it be actually okay if I take a stool here?
Yes.
Can I just do it right here?
Can you go right here?
Yeah. Okay. Hey everyone, how are you today? All right. Have you all been here for the whole 5 days already, or people? Yeah. Okay. Nice. I just flew in and just drove straight here, so I'm happy to be here. Yeah. Thank you so much. So my name is Jonna Standish, and I'm involved. Actually, the talk that was just before mine is obviously very relevant for all of us because we're probably all involved in DAOs or Web3 projects in some way, shape, or form, and governance and the social layer are so important. But what I want to talk with you about today is, so I come from Bankless DAO. I'm one of the ombuds there. What that means is I'm one of the mediators, so it's an elected role that if we run into social problems or just think of bad actors in the DAO or people gone rogue and somebody needs to come to someone to bring forth a complaint, they would come to the Ombuds office within Bankless DAO. So the three people that were just up here speaking about some of the challenges that we run into, if anyone wants to talk about those things offline, I'd be happy to share a lot of our own lessons learned within Bankless DAO. And I'm also part of FTW DAO, which is a venture capital DAO, which is a pretty cool project that's trying to turn the way that venture capital works on its ear. But my day job is with MyDAO. And MyDAO is an exclusive registered agent for the government of the Marshall Islands. And what that means is we've partnered with the government of the Marshall Islands to help them write the best legislation in the world for Web3. And for Web3 is all-encompassing of token launches, NFTs, DAO projects, you name it. And so we work very closely with the government of the Marshall Islands to help write very friendly, very welcoming legislation for our entire community. And up until very recently, you may know some legal jurisdictions like the Cayman Islands, BVIs, Switzerland, Seychelles, Panama. If any of these ringing a bell, raise your hand. Yeah, so I'm not up here to say anything bad about any other jurisdiction in the world, but what I will say is there are very few jurisdictions in the world that actually have comprehensive legislations today. It's still all very new, as I'm sure most of you know. And so one of the things three things I wanted to talk with you about today really were some of the regulatory considerations when you are in a DAO, whether you're a member, like a casual member that comes in and out, or if you're a multi-sig, or if you're a founder, or if you have an elected role. Just some things that you should be made aware of, and then we can talk a little bit about some of the pros and cons of the different jurisdictions that are out there today that you may know of, for example, like Cayman, BVI, Seychelles, Panama, you name it, et cetera, et cetera. Marshall Islands, that's another one. And then the third thing is really just to make sure that we're all aware of what the biggest risks are for us as members of DAOs or contributors of DAOs. Because I think up until this point, we are all getting smarter on this topic on a daily basis. We've seen what's happened with UkiDAO, with DXDY. We've seen, what's playing out with FTX, which is separate, but it's kind of falls under the same umbrella, and it has a lot to do with the perception of crypto and blockchain. And so really what I'd like to get into today is to just dig into how many people, so I know that Dan, for example, we just met. So how many of you are either founders in a DAO or have, like, I would say, big responsibilities within a DAO? Okay, so a good portion of you. And up until this point, do you know what your project has for a legal wrapper, number one? And number two, do you even believe in something like that? Because some say that it flies in the face of the whole ethos of Web3 to even have a legal wrapper.
We have a Swiss association and are doing token generation out of Singapore.
Okay.
But I am moving towards the opinion of no legal wrapper as long as the individual contributors of the DAO maintain anonymity.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, so first of all, I just want to say I'm not up here giving legal advice to anyone. I'm just sharing legal information. And by the way, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe that will make you like me more or less. I don't know, but I'm not a lawyer. I just work with lots of lawyers. And so that's a very interesting point. And so we hear opinions like this all the time, like, to have a legal wrapper, to not have a legal wrapper. And then there's something called legal arbitrage, which has been going on since the beginning of time, since legal entities have existed, where projects or companies would establish legal entities in all of the jurisdictions that offered some piece of, I'll just say, legislative coverage for what they were doing, activities they were doing, and that's become very popular in our space today. And so, some of this terminology is very legal for lawyers, but I feel like in our space, like I said, we're all getting smarter on these topics daily, and we're reading about lessons learned and big projects like MakerDAO. They announced at ETH Prague a couple of months ago that they were going to move to like the Series DAO LLC model. And I don't know if you all are familiar with that and the benefits of that, but just at a very high level. And I think MakerDAO is a great example, and I think they're a great pillar in our space to be able to set the tone. But what we see happening a lot in this space is a lot of copycatting, right? So let's say I'm a small project with 5 of my friends, friends that we've worked on various projects together, and we don't have any legal entity set up. Maybe we are applying for like a grant with a big DeFi fund or something like that, and then we're fortunate enough to win that grant, and then we get it, but we don't have any legal wrapper. So if I decided or the 5 of us decided, okay, I'll put the money in my wallet so that we can then start to invest it and spend it. What I just did was, I just triggered a personal tax event for myself for whatever that amount of money was, 500K, $1 million. And there are lots of mistakes that have been made. A lot of us have made these big mistakes over the last couple of years. And we try to share this alpha with everyone so that we can prevent you from making those same mistakes that a lot of us have made. So yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing that you should be aware of, and I think most of you are, since you are heavily involved in these projects, are that in the eyes of the law, if you don't have a legal entity of some sort, you are considered a general partnership. And what that means is that any activity that happens within your project or DAO or whatever you're going to call it, it means that we all could be held independently liable for the actions of the others. And while what we all are doing seemingly here is we all have goodness with our intentions. We all want to do good things and make changes in the world that we want to see. But sometimes, as the panel that was here before me, sometimes when there's miscommunication or people disagree or so on and so forth, you know, we're human. And people get triggered, they get emotional about things, and sometimes there's major disagreements, and then people ghost, and there could be, you know, someone in a multi-sig that disappears. I don't know if that's happened to anyone, but I've experienced it, and you know, it's just a real big waste actually, because those energies and those funds could have gone to some project and something else that perhaps there was harmony in, right? And so it's just it's a reminder that you need to really have some harmony, and also to think about like an exit strategy before you even start out. I know that might seem a little pessimistic, but it's actually the wise thing to do. So when you get together as a group and you say, what is it that we want to achieve here? And you all agree on X, Y, and Z, and because it's the startup culture, there's a lot of iterating and pivots that happen. If you don't talk about those things in the beginning, ultimately someone is going to disagree with a pivot or a turn that you take. It's just human nature, right? So those are some things. I don't know if anybody in the audience has experience with that, sort of laying out an exit strategy in the beginning. Has anybody gone through that exercise? It can be a little uncomfortable, but yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. How many people have been rugged? Me too. No, meaning, have you gone through the journey of setting out, okay, what is our goal? I think we've all done that. But what if it doesn't work out? And what if, you know, what if we agree to disagree, for example? Did you want to say something on that?
Well, I mean, the specific example, okay, so I had two recent examples. One was on-chain, one was one was a legal entity, and one was a DAO that was going to become a legal entity.
Okay.
But when you have like a small group and your token is not really worth anything, and there's usually one main liquidity provider, then it's either kind of like how do you get more people to put in liquidity, or there's no point in even creating a legal structure. And I'm talking more about like kind of community or organization. And the other one was a legal entity that was basically registered in the jurisdiction.
Right.
And then right after it started, one of the founders like got cold feet because he thought that we were doing like securities business when we weren't, and so we basically just had to shut the business down. So anyways, it was just like a big, it was a comedy of errors, I guess.
Yeah, and what's
learning isn't sure. Let's learn from that and move forward.
But it's very common. I mean, what you explain here is very common, and it's costly, right? I mean, you probably, or you or the...
Luckily, it didn't cost me. It could have cost me more, but we would have
right.
gone on longer with the business.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a lot of projects will... I'll just give you some examples from my experience at my DAO. I talk with anywhere from, it can be anywhere from like 20 to 50 DAOs on a weekly basis. Depends on the season, depends on the month. And what we see a lot of today is that a lot of projects already have legal entities, and they're sort of scratching their heads saying, you know, I got this like a year or two ago, and I got it because I heard that this big DeFi project was in this jurisdiction, and that. And so, like I said, there's a lot of copycatting going on, which in some cases can work out great for you, but if you're not doing the same exact thing as that other project, and you don't have the same goals, and you don't have the same risks, for example, it could be a very costly mistake to just copy-paste what somebody else did. And I'm not advocating that all of you invest all of your money on lawyers, but it is a really good idea to find who that network of community is. The communities are, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with, for example, Legal Now. It's a global network of Web3 lawyers, literally spread across the globe. There's probably over 300 of them, and I think you can tap into them on Telegram. They'll talk to any of you. And then there's the Blockchain Lawyers Group. which is a very well-respected group of thought leaders in this space. And again, those are people that you can reach out to and talk to. And I can't quote what all of them offer, but most of them will have like a 30-minute free consult call with you, which, you know, could be a good use of your time, good use of 30 minutes. So yeah, it's just to make sure that you understand the resources that are out there today and the biggest risks really for founders and for members. Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's a No, I agree with you, and I thank you for bringing that point up. That's an excellent point. And did you want to add something else?
Yes, because I think the opportunity here is like the law, like compliance isn't hard.
Yeah.
We need to find a balance of compliant, non-compliance, for sure. But okay, so this is what I mean. Let's say I want to create a DAO factory, and what I mean is, okay, traditionally, real estate developers, anytime you buy a property, you're putting that in its own little trust.
Right.
And then you have your portfolio of trusts. So how do you do the legal engineering in your smart contracts and DAO expansion? So my question to you in regards to the Marshall Islands is, for establishing on-chain entities, what is that process like? Or if I'm thinking in DAO factory design mode,
Yeah.
what's like, we want that jurisdiction where it's going to be easy to scale out your DAO application.
Yeah, I can give you the answer. I don't want this to be a total shill for the Marshall Islands, but it is an area, like, I know I'm not an expert at the Cayman, but I formerly worked in venture capital, and I was going to say it's venture capitalists that made the Cayman Islands famous. For anybody that's wondering, venture capitalists made the Cayman Island jurisdiction famous. I don't know if you would disagree with that, but for most of the big projects that exist out there today, the biggest whales are like A16Z. I don't think that's a secret for any one of us here. If it is, sorry to break that news to you, and often it's the venture capitalists that give the tap on the shoulder to the lawyer to do the legal engineering, where it's tried and true, where they've done it 100 times before. And where is that? The Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands actually doesn't have one piece of legislation, unless you correct me, unless it came out yesterday, for Web3. There's nothing. Yeah. Exactly. And so you just asked the point about the Marshall Islands. I can share that just because that's where my experience is. So we helped pass the DAO Act of 2022 last year, and that's an all-encompassing piece of legislation. You're all welcome to read that if you are into that sort of thing. You can go to mydao.org on our website, and you can actually see the piece of legislation there. We are now working on the third amendment to that, so you can see all of the amendments that are out there. We're focused on working on a more comprehensive terminology around the digital asset side of things, but you'll see everything out there. And then your question was, how does the Marshall Islands treat that, for example? So I can just give you an example. In the Marshall Islands, there are no boards of directors in the Marshall Islands. And you could say, so who cares what, it doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead.
The higher democracy?
Well, here's why. In all the best ways. You said it, not me. But in the eyes of the law, and maybe because you're a lawyer or a former lawyer, in the eyes of the law, one can argue that if you have a board of directors, that you are centrally controlled, because ultimately, what is the purpose of a board of directors, right? They oversee the CEO, ultimately, right? Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And so in the Marshall Islands, there are no boards of directors. And what the government in this piece of legislation called the Dow Act of 2022 outlines is that there are no boards of directors. There's only what the government recognizes as beneficial members. And beneficial members can be defined as anyone that has 25% or more of governance rights. So one could argue, hey, that sounds like a board. But
25% sounds like a lot.
it is a lot, right? So anyone that has 25% or more would need to be listed in the legal operating agreement for that legal entity, and they would need to do KYC. And for example, like I can only share what we do. I don't know what others do, but we use a third-party KYC provider that's located in France that has the EU GDPR data protection laws. We're not running KYC through the US. People ask us these types of questions. And so that's sort of the process in the Marshall Islands that happens. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And then, you know, those people would pass KYC, would wrap it up. We do like we give you the operating agreement, and you'd work on that with your lawyer, either one we refer you to or one that you come with. And we do that with you pretty quickly. And then that gets submitted to the government. They run some of their own checks, you know, like I can't say specifically, but they run some of their own like background check. And that's it. There's legislation in place to address all of it, like what you're talking about, tokenization of real world assets and things like that. You can do that there. Yeah, let's go. So I mean, we're still we're still new. I mean, in the big scheme of things, right? MyDAO is still new. We're a year and a half, you know, inching on 2 years, and we have over 100 DAOs that have registered with us in the Marshall Islands. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe that number sounds small to you, maybe it sounds big, but the important thing to know about these jurisdictions that you might set up shop in, again, I'll speak to what I know. So the Marshall Islands, and I'm sure you'll know this too, 1 out of every 5 ships in the world are registered in the Marshall Islands.
You can get that number higher.
We could get it higher. We absolutely could get it higher. And then 50 companies split between the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange are also registered in the Marshall Islands. So it has a long and rich reputation and a clean reputation in the eyes of the law. And what the government there is being very careful and mindful is they don't want to be recognized as this new Web3 jurisdiction that attracts bad actors. So, you know, they have their own screening policies and things like that. And we partner exclusively with them to help all of you. And I even see some of our clients are in the audience, and I'm super stoked about that because we love to see that. And that's where we get a lot of our feedback for iterating on the legislation too, is based on what our clients are doing or what people tell us they want. And yeah, so I don't know if you had another question or...
Yeah, has it come up in conversation yet with the Marshall Island government about running their own layer 1 chain?
The Marshall Islands running their own? It is not, but you know, I'm not privy to what happens behind legislative closed doors, but I will say we do have full support of the president, the cabinet, and the legislators. And you know, this is a jurisdiction that has, like I said, a long history in shipping and maritime and just corporate law. And they also recognize that the blockchain it's not the future, it's now. And so if they want to participate and continue as a going concern, right, you kind of have to mix it up.
One last question.
Please.
How is the government there viewing blockchain in terms of climate change, sea level rise, and the blue economy?
It's a great question. We're actually so I don't know, I can't answer on behalf of them, but it's a very important topic for them because I don't know how many of you know about the Marshall Islands, but it's located between Hawaii and Japan. So it's out in the middle, very far away from here. And during World War II, a lot of those islands were taken advantage of by the United States. Surprise, surprise. And so there's a lot of cleanup that's happening there. I mean, the Marshall Islands is a sovereign nation, and a lot of those other islands have gained their sovereignty as well. But that's a very, very important topic for them. And we have somebody in our project, in our company, that's actually a former diplomat from the Marshall Islands that's working on these types of topics and projects. And I would just say they're very near and dear to the Marshall Islands, and if it's something that you or anyone else wants to talk about with me or to bring to the government, would be happy to broker discussion there, because it's something that they feel very strongly about. So, yeah, I got a little off topic there, but I want to talk about what's relevant to you guys. And so, just in the spirit of time, we'll just kind of wrap things up with the biggest risks to founders and members of a DAO. And I think we covered on some of those topics earlier when I first opened, was if the DAO project that you're currently participating in, voting in, you're a multi-sig in, if that DAO doesn't have some type of legal wrapper, or you don't know if it does, I would encourage you to ask and find out if it does. Because in the eyes of the law, whatever activities that you are performing, and they could all be very well-intentioned and good-willed, but again, you know, we're working with people from all across the globe. There's people with different backgrounds, and we're all different. And so we don't necessarily know, we can think that we know what motivates somebody, but at the end of the day, we don't know everything, right? And so we can put as much of this on chain as possible, but as long as humans are involved, we are all flawed. We all get triggered. We disagree. So there will always be issues, and we will always need humans involved here. But it's just to say, if you do participate in a DAO, I would encourage you to ask either the legal guild or anyone within the team to say, hey, do we have a legal wrapper? And if you don't, just ask why. You know, it might be that you decide you're not going to have one. But the thing is, if you are using monies, voting, or have like a governance token, and there's some utility or value tied to that, in the eyes of the law, if you don't have some type of legal wrapper, and something did go wrong, or a member went rogue, or just somebody ghosted and you're multi-sig, you can't get access to it, you have no claim over that. You have no protection, and maybe some of us don't care about that, but I would say the higher the stakes, you should really make sure you ask those types of questions, because it's not only for you, but it's for everybody else that you encourage and invite into Web3. You want to make sure that we're helping people and not putting people in harm's way. And I don't say that to like put the fear in anyone, I just say it for myself even. I was involved in another DAO, and I opted out not to be a multi-sig because there was no legal wrapper for that DAO, and I just didn't want to be, there was exposure there. And I could just, you know, the whole Okie DAO thing happened, and I thought, hang on, before I get involved in that, I'd like to know more. Yeah, you had a question? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, I mean, so those are really my big points, are making sure that you all know that there are lots of choices out there if you did need a legal wrapper. And I would just say, don't go with what seems so obvious. Like, have a conversation with a lawyer. We know one in the audience now. You can ask her. Well, okay. But we can put you in touch with, like, there's over 350 lawyers that we work with, and like I said, 99.9% of them all talk to you for 30 minutes for free. So if you need someone to talk to, or you want me to give you 5 people to talk to, I'm happy to do it. And it's not for the lawyers to just make bank off of us. It's so that we're all doing the right things and not tripping over each other, right? Because there's a lot of good examples. Like I mentioned MakerDAO earlier, like there's good examples of what some big pillars in this industry are doing, and I think they set the tone for a lot of other people to like copy what they're doing with this whole Series DAO LLC thing, which allows you to have a DAO and then birth new sub-DAOs underneath it, with each one of those DAOs having their own governance model, which is really cool. Oh yeah, we're friendly with them. We know them. Yes, Yeah, what they're doing is very cool too. They're automating pretty much everything. You can just buy directly on their website, whatever jurisdiction you want. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. Yeah, yeah. So we're partners, and we're currently working to add the Marshall Islands to their list of fully automated. So yeah, we're a big fan. Hey, I just have a question. Wait, I have a question. If you're not, even if you are American, but especially if you're not, again, not legal advice, but why would anyone set up a legal entity in the United States, possibly exposing any global person that participates in your DAO to those three, to like SEC, IRS? Yeah, like, why would you do that? And the US is just not a very friendly jurisdiction right now. Maybe it will, I think it will eventually get there. But yeah, I think it's like weed, right? Colorado is sort of famous for you can smell it in the air and everything, but what happens if you cross the border or if a federal agent disagrees with what you're doing? Now all of a sudden, that statutory protection doesn't really hold a lot of weight for you anymore. And it's the same thing for these DAOs. You know, I don't want to poo-poo any particular jurisdiction, but the US just doesn't seem like the friendliest place right now, and the laws aren't very clear. And so that's why we see lots of Web3 projects looking to do what I said, like legal arbitrage. And that just means like add another legal jurisdiction to help, like, you know, patch the holes in some of the activities that they're doing. So yeah, I mean, I covered lots of different topics here, and I really appreciate the audience's participation because I think you add a lot of really colorful and valuable information. I don't know if anyone has specific questions for me for like my DAO, the Marshall Islands, Bankless DAO, or even FTW DAO. I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to take questions after if you like, but I would just like to thank you all, and yeah, thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, everybody, MetaFest. We've made it through another series of life-changing informationals. Thank you so much for being with us. We are going to continue the programming after a delicious and scrumptious meal break. Please digest everything that you've learned so far today while you digest that food, and feel free to ask some of the speakers to continue their lessons with you. Remember, safety and security is not just something you get through legal practices, but also through engaging with the right company, organizations, and members of your community. So grateful to have you all here and looking forward to the meal together. Cheers.
Okay. Is this working? Can you guys hear me? It seems it can. So to the crew out there, if you want to just help to bring the rest of the people, we are like 10 fellows here. I'm sure that people are like just distracted out of the social interactions. But right now we are starting with the crowd that we have here. So please welcome Ori Shimoni. Ori is an OG in the Web3 space. He was an early member of the first decentralized service guild that is still standing so far. That's the org. Check the org. He's also founder of Mechanisms Institute, co-founder of Polyrap. He's a patron of MetaFam, of the MetaFest, of Metagame, of everything. So thank you, Ori. And he'll be talking today about the practical lessons from the past few years of coordinating. Ori, all yours.
All right. Let's get started. How are we doing? Cool. So, we're going to try to avoid theory for a bit and just get into the nitty-gritties of how to coordinate crypto economically. Nice. So how many people are familiar with this room? How many people don't know what room this is? Nice, a good split. So this was Project Cybersyn, an experiment in Salvador Allende's Chile, 1971 to 73. The idea here was to run the national economy through a decentralized network of computers and what was called telex machines. Now, this is a pretty radical idea at the time. Salvador Allende was the first democratically elected socialist president in the world. And he ran on this campaign of a new way to run the economy, unlike previous command and control communist socialist attempts to plan economic production. Salvador Allende wanted to use the people's wisdom and information, ideally real-time information feeds, to cybernetically manage the economy. Now, cybernetics was this newish field at the time of looking at systems as these control flows. So thinking about how different information inputs and then modulation of information and then feeding that back into systems can yield interesting designs, and how to look at anything from biological systems to economies to machines using the same framework that can work at different fractal scales. So Allende brought in British cybernetician Stafford Beer to help them. He was a kind of a management consultant at the time, helping large corporations integrate cybernetics into their design structure. And so Stafford worked with this team, with Fernando Flores, who's walking with him here, and a whole kind of team in Santiago on designing this approach to managing the economy that would rely on not computers, but telex machines, because they could only afford one computer. So they had these machines which kind of just like feed data. They're kind of these like dumb computers, and they would put these telex machines at all the factories. And then they had the control room, which we saw before, that would in real time visualize and synthesize the information from all of the telex machines around the country to let the people sitting in this room know if there's a crisis, if there's a shortage, or there's a strike or something like that they have to respond to with government intervention. Yeah, so unfortunately, in '73, there was a coup and the room was destroyed. So we'll never know how well it worked, how well it would have worked. It actually was never operational. People never really sat in the room and controlled the economy in this way. But it was an ambitious vision, and it's inspired a lot of thinking in cybernetics since then. And cybernetics has been used since then to, like I said, analyze all these different kinds of systems. I think it's easy to think about these like really basic ones, like a thermostat, about how the information kind of goes in, and then it knows if it should keep the heat on or turn the cooling down. All these subsystems that work together to achieve some sort of outcome. Or even a game like Monopoly. And what I think is interesting about the kind of emergence of crypto is it basically is this whole new medium that we can now use to do cybernetics. Whereas before you had to collaborate with a massive corporation or a national government to implement any of these systems on the social front. Now you can code a smart contract or use an app that lets you like spin up a smart contract without even being technical. And you can run these experiments on modulating different information flows that have economic significance. And of course, they have economic significance because the blockchain solves the double spend problem, and we can now represent value digitally without a permissioned overlord. So yeah, my basic premise and why I'm excited about mechanism design generally and crypto economics is that we really have this barely explored terrain of experimentation for new kinds of political and economic systems, governance, money, all sorts of things. And yeah, to make this more tangible, I want to compare like what people typically call like Web 2 and Web 3. I think it's better to just think about like the web and crypto, but basically the web unlocked all these new forms of information circulation, right? Whereas before you might have like a telephone or a TV or a radio, you know, with the web you start to have these multimodal, many-to-many formats for sharing information. And now with crypto, we can do the same thing with value. So we have kind of this infinite like canvas upon which to design new and creative ways to circulate, share, create, represent, destroy value. And we've already seen some of these in the space. People love their airdrops, their NFT membership badges, but I kind of have a concern that people overfit on the first few years of experimentation, forgetting that this is a gigantic blank canvas. And really, smart contracts at their core are just computer programs that can self-execute. So you can build anything into a smart contract. I mean, even the concept of a token is relatively new. Of course, there was Bitcoin, but with Ethereum in the early days when people were thinking about Ethereum, the world computer, the smart contract platform, tokens were only one of many kind of ideas that were being thrown around, like smart locks, if you remember Slockit. They were doing like locks that could open based on smart contracts that they'd be reading from to tell you if you're an owner or not of the property. So this concept of like smart property, which we really haven't seen resurge since maybe 2016 when that project was worked on. There's also prediction markets, which Augur and Gnosis have tried to do. It's been difficult because prediction markets have a lot of dependencies that we haven't made yet robust in the space. Yeah, so now I want to go into the actual lessons from more so the practical experience of working with these kinds of systems. And so yeah, the first one, I think this is the overarching one that you'll see kind of play into lots of the other points being made here, is that good systems start with simple rules. Basically, there's this point from the Systems Bible, which Gall's Law it's called, which is basically that these complex systems that you see out there in the wild, whether it's when I say wild, I mean human organizations or natural systems, they didn't start that way. They're complex because of the internal logics responding to external environmental variables over time and surviving that whole process, and then ending up with all these complex systems. So one mistake I see a lot of times with people that are going from 0 to 1 and designing a system is they're convinced it has to be super complicated. They're like, oh, what we're doing here is so revolutionary and it's so complicated. We need to build this really elaborate cathedral with all these knobs and whistles and bells and all these different rooms. And they spend a lot of time before even launching anything that anyone uses with this grand systems thinking approach. I've only seen these kinds of efforts fail, and I think we've seen in this space the power of simplicity. So for example, Uniswap launched as just a simple constant product, AMM. It did one thing and one thing only, and it did it well. And then they learned some things. And then you have UniV2, and now you don't just have to swap ERC20s, you can also support native ETH. And then you have UniV3, and you have kind of different ways of representing liquidity positions and concentrated liquidity and different mechanisms like that. And then a few months ago, UniV4 came out, or at least the specification, with hooks and modular price curves and all these new directions for how swapping will work. But the point being made here, which I think I've kind of made, is that if they started with this grand idea of being the ultimate liquidity layer for the internet and trying to build that vision from day one, they wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Some quick other examples. You have Moloch DAO, which took a super simple approach to what it means to make a DAO. And it was immutable, right? And then they did V2, and now they're doing V3, and each one successively has had much more utility and popularity and whatnot. Also with Deorg, the service collective that Gustavo mentioned, that I've been a part of, we also started very simple. And then I'll touch on it later, but increasingly became more complex. And if you look at our handbook now of how it works, it's pretty complicated, but it makes sense. It wouldn't have made sense to start like that, but that was after 4 years. Yeah, relatedly, I think people try to build too much at the same time instead of focusing on just like one core innovation. So with the same examples I mentioned, Uniswap, Moloch, Deorg, we have one core mechanism. In Deorg, for example, it's every dollar you earn one non-transferable reputation token. Everything else, there's a lot more, but that's all like derived from that core mechanism. With Uniswap, it's the AMM. With Moloch, it's rage quit and tribute. This is another mistake that I've seen a lot of projects made. I don't think you need to start closed, but there is this assumption in Web3 that you need to be fully open and scale really quickly right away. You need to have, anyone can buy the token to get in. There needs to be a Discord with 5,000 people. Again, you want to build something not just simple, but for real people, for actual, even if it's just 5 people, right? It helps to actual real users, real stakeholders who need what you're building. The difference between Moloch and DAO frameworks that came before it is that Moloch had a need. They were trying to get Web3 angels together to fund the development of ETH 2.0. This was in 2019 when it was still uncertain whether we would get there. And they made a way simpler DAO framework than the 3 major ones out at the time. And it became more popular more quickly because it was targeted at that one use case rather than making a framework that was trying to anticipate the desired needs of hypothetical users. This is kind of a separate point about creativity and not copying necessarily the mechanisms that are popular now, but looking further beyond Web3 and even beyond mainstream Western capitalism for models of how to run organizations, of how to design economic transactions, how to design marketplaces, how to think about identity. This could take a while to go through, so I'll breeze through it and you can take a picture, but I think that the design space of tokens, again, is overly narrow on the top left and the bottom left quadrant here. So basically tokens can be tradable or they can be not tradable. They can be fungible or they can be not fungible. And across that you get, okay, these tokens, you can send them to anyone, but they're unique, right? That's like the title to your house, or that's like a domain name. And then there's non-tradable, non-fungible tokens. This is a unique token that I can't just send to anyone. That's like my passport. Mine is not like yours. We can't just swap them and have them both work. And then in the realm of fungible tokens, this means any one token can be traded for any other one. There's no unique qualities to any unit. We have like shares in companies or governance tokens or even currencies. And then for the non-tradable, the ones that you can't move, they actually mean something about you. This is things like your FICO score, like a credit score, or like Reddit karma, or like an Uber driver rating. And so I think systems can have multiple of these layered into one another. Again, I would start simple, But I would remember that this is like a broader thinking than, okay, we need to do an NFT or we need to do a token. Another mistake I see a lot is thinking about supply side before demand side if we're going down the path of tokens. So demand side is, why do people want this? Why do they need this? What role does this play in the system that's being designed? And at a high level, there's 3 types of utility that someone might want to hold a digital unit for. It's decision-making rights, and it's some sort of economic rights or some sort of access rights. And the third would also include like currency tokens, because you can access some sort of good and service. And then, of course, there needs to be some rules around who gets the tokens and how. This could be like a one-time issuance, airdrop style, but I think there's way more interesting design space around like long-term algorithmic distribution of rights. And you can look at people who have contributed to building the system, people who have contributed capital to the system, and then people who are like using the system in different ways. This is a general principle, more from academia, but it's more related to governance design and thinking about how different systems can have different actors responsible for them. In D-Org, for example, we have an accountant that has certain powers over our bookkeeping, and we have a marketing unit that's responsible for our social feeds, right? Not every one of these things has to be governed by the DAO. You can have different centers of power, and you can have the sales unit that's responsible for business development. And this is a longer, more complicated addition, but this is how D-Org works today, and I think subsidiarity is another useful concept, which is pushing decision-making down to the lowest possible level. So we have autonomous multi-sigs that all control funds, and then they share funds with like a mother multi-sig, and then there's governance, and then the distribution of powers amongst roles on the right. Great, so I'm gonna pass the examples, but I think there's some cool like non-token mechanisms out there, like for incentivizing people to show up to events, for example. They'll get slashed if they don't show up. They'll get a kickback if they do show up. Or different auction mechanisms for blending, kind of like selling a product with fundraising and then giving governance to those. Yeah, this is a novel public goods funding mechanism called hypercerts. And then Nexus Mutual and several other kind of risk markets have models where basically you leverage the wisdom of the crowd to price risk on different events and then sell cover on those risks happening. Instant governance is a concept from 1inch that has broader applicability, which is instead of discrete proposals, yes, no, do we switch the fee from 0.2 to 0.3%, you have a token-weighted median of all the stakers and what values they want for the token or for the parameters, and in real time the smart contract is updating those. So I think we're going to see a lot more, or we should see a lot more of those algorithmic decision-making mechanisms, as well as incentivized decision-making and intelligently incentivized decision-making. So this is the project I'm working on now to formalize some of these insights. So we've been collecting a library of different mechanism design primitives, trying to come up with a pattern language of how you could look at this entire design space as a unified system that you could then pull different kinds of components from to design intelligent mechanisms and solve problems with those. You have value transfer mechanisms, fundraising mechanisms.
And we have no more time, Ori.
Signaling, governance, market design, and value capture. Thank you, and speak to me if you'd like to hear more about the Mechanism Institute.
Thank you very much, Ori. So questions, please do it of the panel. Right now, we are gonna welcome Phil. Phil, where is Phil? Here is Phil, please. Applause to Phil. Phil drives the design and implementation of novel participation and governance mechanisms. He's also part of the OTURC and the Ethereum France Association, maybe, and he's an advisor of Morpho Labs. Today, he's gonna talk about rethinking legitimacy, agency, and bureaucracy in DAOs. How are you doing there, Phil? You still, yeah?
Yeah, that's good.
So just sometimes, I don't know, Ori just already left, maybe some, okay, here it is. So please applause to Phil.
Hey, gonna try not to destroy this. All right, so hi DAO fellows. I guess everyone is quite used to engage with DAOs here. If that's the case, probably you will agree with me that the power structures in DAOs are very much a work in progress. We assume that they're decentralized, but very often we wonder, are they really decentralized? Or are they decentralized enough? Should they be more decentralized? And what does that even mean, to be decentralized? And this is the question that is related to legitimacy, because as part of DAOs, as DAO members, we accept the authority of a group as long as it's decentralized. Otherwise, what's the point of being part of a DAO, right? And of course, there are issues. Decentralization of the power can mean many things. Very often, the decentralization is a mask, a theater. That's an expression that is often used. And the reality of the power can be centralized. Because, for instance, it used token voting, which is a plutocratic system, so people can buy their influence and can be re-centralized through token voting. Buying decision, buying influence. But it can be also, in appearance, formally, totally decentralized, while behind you have some social dynamics and hidden power game that makes the whole appearance of a decentralized crypto system a fantasy. So because of that, it's super important to know what we mean by decentralization, to know if we can trust and if we can accept the power that is being implemented as a decentralized system. And I'm realizing that I'm doing all the talk with the cover slide, which is a slight problem because I have many more slides. But I'll switch to the efficiency part. It's interesting to think that when we have a decentralized system, it's often criticized. Actually, it was criticized today, fairly enough, as an inefficient system. And the more it's decentralized, the more it risks to be inefficient. It's often deemed as chaotic, and decisions are slow to be made, and people are uninformed and uneducated, but still their voice, their point of view. And all that kind of stuff leads to some form of inefficiency. So the more the structure is decentralized, the more it can be inefficient. And there's some sort of weird loop. Because if a system, if an organization is less efficient than another type of organization, the hierarchy-based one, the traditional business organization, then what's the point using them? And they lose their legitimacy by the very fact that they are decentralized. But I won't be, I will try not to be theoretical as much as you, actually. So I'm a practitioner, I'm a DAO builder, and I'll try to go through some aspect of what we're building at Mangrove, which is a work in progress, a DeFi protocol that aims to be a DAO. And the solutions that we came up with in order to tackle this sort of problems. And I'll go through that I'll do that through three main statements. The first one is protocols are platforms. I'll go into details about that. And then two statements, two arguments. One, coin voting cannot work. And the second one, which is more related to the efficiency part, which is grant missed the point, but I'm using grant as an example and as some sort of trick to introduce my point. No, it's another one. Unfortunately, there are two Mangrove DAOs. I think in the future there will be many DAOs with the same name, but we are the first occurrence of yeah.
And we complained to the IP Bureau of Department of Decentralization in Berlin, but they didn't want to do anything. Okay, protocols are platforms. So by protocols, I mean in general Web3 protocols. Of course, you can expand that to other type of protocols, and platforms, web platforms, so more like Web2 if you want. And obviously, they are somewhat similar. And the first observation is that in both cases, there is some sort of infrastructure that is common. There is a software infrastructure. It can be more than software, but there is at the heart of those things an infrastructure that is software. And with this infrastructure, on top of it, people are building products and they do stuff above it, right? So that's the case in both situations. And there is a traditional way to consider platforms, web platforms that come from the Harvard Business Review, which is most of the time they are double-sided. So of course you have multi-sided marketplaces and platforms, but to keep things simple, here this is the way they show up as double-sided marketplaces. You have one part, which is the consumer part, which is the demand part, where people interact with the marketplace or the platform in order to consume, to access goods and services. So they are delivered by the platform and they are provided by the other type of stakeholders, the producers, right? And you can think of all the web platforms that we know, the PayPal, the Etsy, the YouTube and whatnot. And then you have a third type of stakeholders, which are the owners and the operators of the platform. They are together the same. And they control who can access and under which terms of use people can actually behave as a producer or as a consumer of the marketplace of the platform. And this is an intentionally mix of different type of platforms and protocol. You can see names that everyone knows. Maybe the one that is less known is Mangrove, but I used it as an example as well of the protocol, the Web3 protocol. So this is a DeFi protocol, but you can have Uniswap, you can have ENS, you can have Gitcoin as another example of, in all these cases, you have the producer side, the offer side, and the demand side. And you have the traditional app stores, Facebook and whatnot of the world. So what's the issue with that, and to which extent are they similar? To which extent they start to be a bit different, at least in the idea. So to give the explanation and explain why I'm comparing them, I'm going to go back to this famous article by Chris Dixon called Why Decentralization Matter. I'm sure many of you read it at the time. So this was this idea that platforms had a life cycle. And when they start, they need to attract both sides, demand side and offer side. Otherwise, it does not work, right? If you have, I don't know, Uber with only drivers, it's not going to work long, and the drivers are going to go back to something else. So you need to have both sides and quickly. It's a race. They raise a lot of money in order to do whatever they can in order to attract quickly a critical mass of users on both sides. And in order to do that successfully, they reduce the friction. So they have super slick UX and they have low cost or no cost, low friction everywhere, economically and in terms of human factors. They attract users. Once they dominate a market or once they start to succeed, then the thing changes because they have to return to provide a return on investment. They are, by nature, private corporation that needs to generate profit for the shareholders. So they are going to start to extract value as opposed to attract users. And this is well known. It affects all the systems that we know, all the platforms that we know from, I don't know, for instance, on the user side, Facebook changing the terms of use of WhatsApp in order to monetize more personal data. Or on the offer side, regarding the relationship between the platform and the producers, Twitter shutting down their API in order to put out of business the other clients. Or Amazon competing with its sellers and so on and so forth. So it's very perverse in a way, but it's kind of, it's the game. The problem with this game is that we actually depend increasingly on this platform to live. They are global, and they penetrate every aspect of our digital life and increasingly our physical life as well, right? The place, the magnitude of Amazon in terms of commerce is incredible. We communicate with this platform. We get educated with this platform. We get our food. We transport with this platform. So they are pervasive. And having something that is so intrinsically predatory in relationship with both producers and consumers is a big problem. The solution that Chris was suggesting was building crypto networks. The idea was that make things simple. Give to everyone the same tool to align their interest. Give them tokens. And by giving them tokens, everyone will have an aligned interest in the success of the network. Everyone will be able to actually influence the network and gain in the appreciation of the price of the network. So that was an idea, and it does not work, but here, this is the idea. I'm sorry, it does not show very clearly, but you have producers, consumers, and operators that are, everyone is owners and everyone is happy, right? So, not so much. Coin voting cannot work. So that's my stance here on what I'm arguing. We all have many grudges against coin voting, token voting. There are many articles, including Vitalik's one, about all the drawbacks of coin votings. And interestingly, as I was saying at the beginning, this is a plutocratic system, so it has all the issues that we can imagine of a plutocratic system, but this is not my point. My point is that if tokens have been invented in order to distribute ownership and to solve the problem that I mentioned before, then this is a failure by definition. The reason why it's a failure is that you have two scenarios. People get tokens as users, either consumers or producers. And then either they are not interested because they're, as a producer, they want to grow their business. They don't care about this fucking token. Or as users, they want to use the service and they don't care about the token. If it's an airdrop, well, cool. I'm going to sell it and I'm going to, have some cash and do something else with it. So as a user, receiving tokens doesn't make sense as a consumer or as a producer. It makes sense as a shareholder. So I can become a shareholder. But then, I'm no longer a user, I'm no longer a producer, nor a consumer. I'm just a shareholder. And I want, indeed, the token price to increase because I shifted my mindset, and I'm now part of the game in terms of I want this to succeed. I have a financial interest in the success of the project, and I'm not looking at it anymore as a producer or as a consumer. So the answer that we are considering at Mangrove is using multi-stakeholder governance, which is a different system that is quite not familiar to crypto DAO designers, or not so much used, even though there are a few, thank you, there are a few experiments. But we think that it's actually a system that is proven in more traditional settings. So I'm going to go quickly through 3 examples. International organization, most of the time, large international organizations that need to create consensus on the way they work, like for instance, standard bodies. Here you have the example of W3C, so the organization that define the standards of the web, HTTPS, HTTP, and so on. They work with a multi-stakeholder governance system. They mix people that are individual, that are companies, that are non-profit, that are public or governmental agencies, and all of these different type of people work together and decide together. Another very famous system is, of course, the 2 house systems that we have in most of our democracies. In the US, the UK, Germany, France, you name it. Most of the modern democracies have 2 chambers, like the House of Representatives and the Senate in the US. And the idea of those two houses is to create checks and balances and to include two different views that enrich the decision-making process and the deliberation process. Like, for instance, in the US, the House of Representatives represent the people, whereas the Senate represents the states, right? It's two different views. So it's a check and balance. And at the macroeconomic level in Germany, you have this thing called co-determination that makes it mandatory for large, medium, and large corporations to actually include employees in a board with the shareholders. So the shareholders cannot decide everything unilaterally. And it works not that bad, right, in Germany. And cooperative, I put them aside actually because I don't consider that they are multi-stakeholder governance. They are except there are some form, like the SKIP in France, the SKIC. So you have different classes of stakeholders and different groups of cooperative members. But here I'm really referring to groups of different views, right? So if you have all members that have one vote, but they are all the same type of people with the same interest, yeah. How much time do I have, Gustavo?
2 minutes.
Okay. Challenging. So I guess we won't talk about efficiency today, but just one word about how we envision multi-stakeholder governance at Mangrove. So in a nutshell, Mangrove is a DeFi protocol. It's a DEX. It's a programmable DEX. So we did what we shouldn't have done according to this Uniswap vision that I quite agree with, but we went to the complicated part right from the start, right? And so the idea of Mangrove is that actually it's a programmable DEX. You make offers on the book by attaching a code, a piece of code, a Solidity code, so that you can create strategies that run on the book on-chain. So it makes, without entering into the detail, it means that we have 3 different types of stakeholders: the people building the ecosystem and the actual exchange and the actual protocol. We have people that are going to use it as people, doing trades or using the products that can be built upon that. And then we have all the people, all the strategies, the developers that can actually build completely new product in this new design space, and that we want to incentivize and that we want to welcome and attract. But then what we want to do is have them part of the governance and have them protected, their interests being protected by the governance, and have some kind of setup that makes sure that minority protection is actually active. So this is, and I will stop on this one. You have 3 tiers here. Operators, they are the traditional people building the platform and the ecosystem. So in our case, right now, it's the core team. But the core team will be, it's partially decentralized. There's not one company, but there are about 20 independent people. But it will be more and more decentralized. But it will be a small scale group, meaning that we don't need a consensus that relies on token voting. We know each other. And even if we go up to 100 or 150 people, we can have procedures that take into account that people know each other and we don't need trustless mechanism to make decisions. Then we have consumers and investors and practically everyone else. We still have token voting. People can have the token of the platform and can actually see it as an investment and also as a way to influence the platform. And then we have the last group, which are the builders, the strategists, the developers that are going to implement new product in this new design space. And in their case, we have another way to create a consensus and to distribute voting power, which is measuring on-chain the actual economic value that they produce by triggering transaction. There are transaction fees, so we can exactly measure the influence and the contribution of each member of this class of producers. Yeah, and I'm going to stop here. I'll be happy to discuss more if someone is interested and to talk about efficiency another day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phil. Okay, I don't know if the visual team is behind there. It's here. I don't know, while Phil, maybe, well, Daniel will set up. I don't know if there are some questions from the public. Any question? Here. Lansky, please.
Phil, how do you make sure that there's no collusion between the wealth? Oh, I think it's ready. Oh no, there's a. Okay, there's no collusion between the wealth and the revenue. As in, can I be the owner of the platform, plus have a strategy, and funnel my capital through my strategy, so it'll generate fake revenue because it'll end up on me anyway.
Yeah.
And in this way, I managed to attack the governance in that particular way.
So, technically, actually, you can be the member of the three, right? So you can play your cards and try to influence by being both MGV, that's the R token, token holder, and also part of the core team, and also why not build some kind of product and get some revenue. But intrinsically, there will be more distribution. It will be, the distribution will be, by nature, in the producer side, it will be the Gini coefficient will be low. Unless there is a super successful product that managed to get, attract all the voting power. This is why we have planned, in this case, to have some sort of ceilings of the proportion of vote that can be done in a particular class of voting. But details to secure the system. I see your point and your concern. I think it's a real one, but we have ways to address it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Because our next speaker is just looking for his laptop. Because we don't have the code here. I have a question, Phil. How were you involved in the space of DAOs? What was your matching, your clicking point? Like, this is the next thing we should be working on.
So, in short, I've been an entrepreneur, and at some point I had a company that was no longer working, and I looked for ways to actually decentralize it and return it to a community of open source developers and builders, right? And DAO happened to be an interesting way at the time. So that's the story.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Phil. Applause to Phil, please. Do you have a question?
To who? Phil's gone. Phil. Is code law? Is code law?
What, this is a trap, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Lessig, so in his sense, yes.
Okay, if someone is interested in following traps, we have a trap here on our facilities. Just look at the signs. So, yes, our next speaker is Daniel Ospina. Daniel has defined himself as a governance nerd. He's also an organization designer, and he will be talking today about DAO 2.0, overcoming challenges and the DAO renaissance. He'll present mistakes, learnings, and visions for the future of DAOs after some months of researches in DAOing and bridging learnings across Web3. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So I'm going to take us on a quick journey. I'll try to be on time, probably won't, about why this thing makes sense, and not only within the socio-cultural context of Web3, but within the broader context of humanity and what is trying to happen. So it's going to be very much first principles. From that, I'm going to talk about a series of challenges that we still have, and finally triangulate a little bit between what we're seeing across all our research and all the examples and what's emerging within Web3 and also outside Web3 that starts to coalesce into a picture of what really the future of organizations can look like, or more precisely, the future of a new organizational form that our thesis is that it will take over corporations for the majority of use cases that right now corporations thrive on. So, taking it from the beginning, the question is why organizations? Why do we organize? And I mean here organizations in the broad sense of the word. As like, why do people come together? And is, well, very simply, we have needs that we cannot solve in isolation, or at least we cannot do very well. So we come together and coordinate with other people who have different needs. And this is the key, is we've been institutionalized into the idea of mission, purpose, and all of these Web 2 trends. And I could go a little bit more at length to explain where this is coming from, but if we look very much at the basics, it's just not true that an organization has a single purpose. An organization, before it is an organization, is different humans that come together. And you'll have the investors, and they have capital, and they want to return on investment. And you have the workers, and they have time and labor and skills, and they want to be paid for that labor, and pay bills, and do a series of other things, and progress their careers, and learn, and et cetera, et cetera. You have users, they want to receive a service or product or some sort of offering, and that's why they engage with the organization. So we're not talking about a single purpose. We're talking about a multitude of purposes, a multitude of needs and aspirations that are coming together and that are catalyzing the organization, because these people actually need to work together to be able to satisfy their needs effectively over time. And if they're not able to do this, the organization collapses. Or at least it collapses the moment that someone finds a better alternative somewhere else. A better job offer, a better product, a better investment opportunity, a better community to participate on, they will migrate. So we have this evolutionary system that as we get better organizational forms, the bad offers will naturally die. Obviously, this doesn't happen super quick, but it happens. So taking it from there, the issue is that we have now quite a bit of disappointment in DAOs. But if we have nowhere to go back, corporations are effective, but they're also really, really toxic. And everyone who goes like, oh yeah, maybe we should build corporations on chain, you can ask them, do you remember how that was like? Did you ever work in one of those things? Like, do you actually want that? I mean, maybe if you're in a position of power and can control the system to have a little bit more comfort than everyone else, but when we have a war on talent, when we have a whole bunch of different competing options, do you really think that a system where 72% of entrepreneurs have mental health issues, 50% of employees suffer from depression or show symptoms of depression, and over 80% of people are more interested in looking through the window and just quickly getting their paycheck than actually caring about what their job is? It's a broken system, like fundamentally dysfunctional. We're talking about almost $8 trillion a year wasted because we don't care. And we don't care because the system will never be able to make us care in the way it is designed. The incentives are just not there. It would be absurd to care when you're working in a corporation. You can care about your bonus. Bonuses are nice, but they don't last. These sort of incentives, you always need a bigger bonus. And so these corporations end up competing on paying ever bigger bonuses, and it's just tremendously inefficient. So meanwhile, the people who are meant to be providing us with solutions are kind of stuck providing band-aids. And so we have the opportunity to optimize tasks. And now with AI and so on, the Microsoft acquisition, all of these kind of things, we're like, yes, we're going to drive all of these efficiencies. The thing is, it doesn't matter how efficient you make me, when I prefer to look through the window rather than doing my job, because I don't care about my job, I can make the task faster. Oh, fantastic, now I have more time to chat with my friends on social media. So the actual organizational performance doesn't increase, because you're optimizing for task efficiency as opposed to meaning, as opposed to engagement, as opposed to team performance. So it's completely the wrong mental model. And corporations know this, and bosses realize this stuff. So what happens? They go, oh, remote work is bad because my people are slacking. No one is actually doing their work. I have an idea. Let me measure how often they type in their keyboard. And if they stop typing, then they're not going to get their bonus or I'm going to fire them. So we have this whole symptom of control tech or bossware that is growing. And this is massive. And we don't talk about it because it's not sexy in social media. No one can be like, I am mission-driven entrepreneur creating control tech. But it sells. And it sells a lot. And it sells increasingly more. Just we don't talk about it, right? The issue with control tech is that same as keycards, when you tap into a door and you have to tap and verify that you're going to your work, it reinforces a mental pattern that this organization is an outsider from you who's imposing on you certain behaviors. Carrot and stick, extrinsic incentives. Extrinsic incentives undermine the intrinsic incentives. They kill the joy of working. They disengage you. So it becomes a vicious cycle, a downward spiral requiring more and more control, then more and more control that disengages you even more and just makes the situation worse. And so we're stuck here. And well, hopefully we can come up with a better alternative. Now, the thing is, reality and the universe have this sort of habit that it gives you a quick signal that something is not quite working on your life. And you ignore it, and then what it does is it kicks you in the nuts. Like really fucking hard. And now we're at this moment where we've been ignoring the signals for a very long time, and what we have is a tsunami of change. So we have remote and hybrid work that are taking over, freelancing, overblown, the long tail of contributors that is expanding and expanding, where the people who work into a project are no longer just the core team, but a mass of people who have ways to add marginal value to it. There was this TED speaker that calculated that there are 3 trillion hours every year available from people who are surfing the internet that they could contribute to your project. 3 trillion hours of value that could be contributed. Autonomous teams, we know they perform better. This whole trend has been going for a while. Jen said it's a new generation that's coming in and just doesn't really want to eat the bullshit that the previous generation's been selling to us, and so on. And AI, and of course, blockchain technology with tokenization and asset management integration and so on. And let me just stop here for a second on this last trend, because it makes me very hopeful for the level of disruption that's about to happen. Because I don't know if many of you have worked in big transformation in traditional organizations, but a few years ago, I was changing the ERP system of a company. That's essentially the central logistic software that reconciles inventory with accounting, with, anyway, all the other different systems of the organization. And the organization almost went bankrupt. And this is not unheard of. It's extremely, extremely common, because these systems don't really talk with one another. Traditional organizations have one system, like complete different system to manage their financial assets, which is the banking system, built around almost the 60s. Like there is still code from the 60s somewhere in there. There is a completely different system for accounting, inventory, and so on, and decision-making is made on paper. So it's tremendously inefficient. So if nothing else, we have a gigantic change opportunity here because of having a shared backend, the blockchain, and so on, that allows for composability and drive a whole bunch of efficiencies and automations. Now, the question is, when all of these things come together and create a maelstrom of change, like a gigantic disruption opportunity, which way do we go? Do we go the control tech, or do we go somewhere else? And it's now depending on us what that future looks like. So we have a model that is emerging, and as I was saying, what we've been looking at is triangulating from 3 different places. So we see some of the most innovative corporations, how they're starting to operate. What is happening in Web3, in DAOs, Web3 communities, etc. And also, what does some of the leading academic researchers tell us about these topics, from complexity science, network science, and so on and so on. And we have had some wonderful talks today as well, sharing some of these principles. And the good news is that all of these is pointing towards some shared patterns. So what are those shared patterns? So from the corporations, we have had, and this has been, again, this is going for a while, there are seeds planted everywhere. You cannot point at a single example. Same thing when people ask you, can you give me an example of a DAO? It's like, Well, not really, but I can point you at a lot of great things that different DAOs are doing. Now, as we advance and learn from these practices, can we start to bring them together? And we have like one of the fastest growing and most efficient healthcare organizations that is using autonomous teams of nurses on the ground that self-coordinate, they recruit themselves, and they're able to be over 50% more efficient financially speaking than others, and people are way more engaged, and patients are happier too. And we have as well gaming companies, and the #1 IoT company in the world that is absolutely killing it, that acquired the consumer appliances arm out of General Electric and increases profitability by 16% in 1 year. Profitability, not revenue, by 16% in 1 year. The next year goes and does it again. And you know what? People are happier. This is not a us versus them model. We're starting to find some patterns here. Now, as I was going through this narrative, what I was saying is corporations have been dysfunctional. And when we get DAOs, we get very, very stuck with the meme. Is something is a real DAO or is not a real DAO, and let's debate what a DAO is, blah, 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 blah. But if we look underneath these characteristics, we have something more fundamental, more timeless, and also that goes beyond our industry. That when we're talking about decentralization, we're talking about capture resistance from insiders. And it ties perfectly well with the scandals around CEO pay and how they're earning over a 50x multiple from the line workers. And are they actually delivering 50x value? Most likely not. And then when the organization fails and the shareholders are up in arms because their investment has gone completely to the ground, the CEOs still get a golden parachute worth millions. So we're talking about an insider that captures the organization for their own benefit at the expense of everyone else. We also have capture resistance from outsiders, and in all the political regimes that are really toxic in this world, well, naturally we have an anarchist libertarian movement talking like fuck governments sort of thing. Some of them are less bad than others, but generally is to say that this trend of autonomy that relates both from the outsiders and also the really intrinsic deep desire that we have to take control of our own lives, to be our own master, to at least choose which mistakes we make, as opposed to having some sort of paternalistic figure telling us which mistakes we're meant to make. And the issue is we often already know their mistakes. It's like these are slow motion train crashes. That's why people get disengaged, is they know it's not working. They yell, but there is no one listening. So it needs to change, right? And then when it comes to organizations, it's satisfying the needs of the multiple stakeholders. And it's not really working. We have increased inequality and all the problems that comes with that. But it also has resonated a lot in the original version because tokens have provided liquidity and an amazing mechanism that we are able to use with ICOs. So this financial innovation for incentives that managed to bring a tremendous amount of capital into the industry propelled the meme. However, as beautiful as that meme was, there is still a lot of fundamental issues. So we still have loads of capture in DAOs that we haven't really solved that yet. We have a decision execution gap. So you decide something, you give a grant, nothing actually happens. The execution is very poor. We still have a lot of innovation killer, and this is more coming from traditional corporations, but a lot of in-group, groupthink, etc. that happens. In theory, anyone can come and propose ideas. In practice, you need to invest a tremendous amount of time penetrating that social network, building relationships, and so on. And, well, the employee disengagement, I should probably have deleted that. That was when the title was something else. But we actually still, coming from some of the studies of contributor in DAOs, the situation is still not great. The majority of people are going around not knowing where to go, trying to find some work, and they don't know how to do it. And at the more governance layer, we still have a lot of issues. So still capital primacy. We thought that giving tokens to everyone was a great solution. So then users, investors and workers will have tokens. But what happens? The workers, they sell their tokens because they need to pay bills. The users, at some point, they get bored, they move on, they cash out. Who ends up with all the tokens? The investors. So once again, fast forward 2, 3, 5 years, and we still have only shareholders governing all of these organizations. Then we have, as through that comes all the negative externalities, because the system is blind to the needs of the community and so on and so on. And then that starts to create a lot of friction and troubles and so on. And comes regulation to try to mitigate all the scams, and red tape multiplies, and we're back into the same pattern, having reinvented corporations on chain. Great. Okay, so we tried the first time, it didn't really work. Let's try again. The idea here that we're talking, and I was saying, like the promise that I was starting with, is that there is a new organizational form that is emerging. The way we see it, we believe that it's not about solopreneurs. It's not just about the individual that is augmented through some AI and some other tools, etc. Because if you speak with solopreneurs, and I've been one, and I've spoken with a bunch of them, the majority are miserable because it's really fucking hard work, and especially it's really emotionally draining. At the same time, it's not really corporations. We can talk about corporations on chain, but you know, I covered that already. We don't want to go there. So is there a new possibility where we can marry the autonomy, the flexibility, but also the scale? And the scale is really important. And it's not just scale in the industrial era sense of scaling up production. It's also about economies of scope, especially when we're talking about B2B solutions. It takes tremendous amount of time to build relationships, to develop customers, to open up those gates. So if you do it only once, and then that's your only product, like a startup does, it's tremendously wasteful. You did all of that investment. You have learned so much about their needs. You can solve one of them. And what about the others? Where do they go? So that's also why a lot of corporations don't buy from startups. A lot of big organizations don't buy from startups, and DAOs are going to be the same. As they become more complex and so on, they also need more complex solutions. So we actually need some form of scale that is not about, let me produce a million units of this bottle, but let me deliver a complex value proposition that can address multiple needs together. So the patterns that we come that solve this stuff, we have some principles around hierarchies of complexity, and we try the flat organization things. Fundamentally, there is still a difference between the forest and the trees. If we are thinking about the forest and we're thinking about the overview, our focus is going to be very different than if we're focused only on a small part of it. Anyone who's been a programmer and a product manager, you know that context switching is a different mentality, it's really hard. It's not even about the layer in the hierarchy you're in, it's a hierarchy of complexity, not necessarily a hierarchy of people. Now, so when we break with that pattern, we have that individuals can have roles across multiple teams and multiple levels of that hierarchy of complexity. And that is just the very nature of systems. It's timeless, and we can apply it. Then small teams, they're super productive, they're really powerful, and we see this pattern growing and growing across. And increasingly, the key capability here is rapid teaming. Can we take these networks and quickly coalesce around a problem to form an effective team? This is something that we still haven't really cracked. We're getting a lot better, but it's a gigantic unlock for this new organizational form that we're talking about. Then polycentric and emergent leadership, so we can have at the local level some team leads. You do want a little bit of stability. This usually works fairly well. Now you want those leads to be accountable to the team. So we have, for example, in Hire that they can be democratically removed. We use that pattern ourselves in our DAO, and there is a bunch of other systems as well where you have micro democracies, local accountability, because local accountability is a lot more effective than trying to keep accountable someone that is 5 layers removed from you. The same reason we have no clue whether a minister in the Senate or whatever is doing their job or not, because we don't know, they're too far away from us. And then as well, we have individuals emerging ad hoc, because it doesn't matter how good your system is, doesn't matter how carefully you have delineated your governance and all the domains of decision making, there is always going to be gaps and cracks and exceptions. And here we start to have processes that serve for exception management. So before exception management, when you didn't know what else to do, you refer to the boss. Now, we start to develop a series of techniques, a series of processes that allow you to manage exceptions. In DAOs, that's usually a vote, but there are more sophisticated mechanisms. The whole self-management world uses the advocacy process or consent-based decision-making, etc., that empower any individual to make a decision outside of the delegated domains when is needed. So for operational governance, you can use these patterns to cover all the bases and be a lot more effective. Then, as well, the forces are starting to gather to have a lot less plutocracy. We have the backlash against the token-based voting, et cetera, et cetera. In the Web2 world, we have the French government and even the Biden administration and so on advocating for employee representation in governance boards. Like, again, this is a cross-industry, cross-demographic, cross-section movement. And we have the rise, if you speak with the democracy researchers, they get super excited about the idea of deliberation. Citizen assemblies are on the rise, and they offer a better alternative that doesn't rely on delegating to a few people that become very visible and become entrenched and can be bribed and can be corrupt and can capture the organization. So we have this sort of temporary formation of deliberative groups, essentially people who talk with one another, and there is actually collective intelligence because they can speak, they can hear the ideas of the other, they can refine their thinking. It's not just voting, it's not just collected or aggregated intelligence, it's actually collective intelligence. It's bringing it together more than the sum of the parts. So we start to have those sort of mechanisms exist. The consent-based decision-making for ops, I talk a little bit about that. If anyone's interested, I can talk about it in more detail. Multi-stakeholder governance, so this is representation of multiple stakeholders. We have the emergence of fair shares, that is a framework for cooperatives. We have in Web3 the emergence of reputation, which is essentially a way to articulate who's a worker, who's a laborer, and give them some governance power, and investors another governance power. So we have different metrics, different ways to account for the level of involvement, the level of engagement of different stakeholders. Because it's not enough to compress all the stakeholders into one. We tried that with DAO's V1, give everyone a token. Doesn't work. The system disappears after time. We need timeless mechanisms that can keep and understand the different stakeholders. Because if you screw up any of these stakeholders, and the moment that you remove power from them, and I insist on this point because I hear some people like, oh yeah, investors shouldn't have any say in decision making. I'm like, good luck getting investors. Who in their right mind is going to invest into this? And if they're not going to invest a lot, I mean, maybe one or two will get the hype and invest, but in general, if they're not investable, then good luck trying to scale these new forms of organization. We need to somehow co-opt the major capital flows, and if you give them the finger, they're not going to like you very much. It's kind of like the problem with it, right? And then as well, a division of powers, a timeless mechanism embedded in all modern democracies, where you have the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative divided. So here what I'm saying is we have citizen assemblies and these sort of deliberative ad hoc groups of people that can discuss between them and make decisions as the legislative to make policy decisions, governance, the rules of the game. Then you can have delegation and consent-based decision-making for the executive. And therefore, the judicial, we can have a series of other systems, quite possibly externalized to different courts, conflict resolution mechanisms, and so on. And we already see the emergence of a lot of these in Web3. They exist as well in Web2 through our private arbitration and so on, and they're gaining momentum. Then, the other pattern that feels really important here, and it's kind of like the good news, is that when we bring all of these mechanisms together and we rethink ownership a little bit, we also get exponentiality. And by that, I mean that the organization can be designed in such a way that it creates a feedback loop, that we get token rewards for contributors. So not just airdrops to whoever is kind of showing around or clicking a lot in your test net or something, but actually those who contribute value over time, you keep on rewarding them with the speculative value of the organization, the token, the shares, whatever it is that you represent it with. That also gives you some form of liquidity and, very importantly, the uncapped supply. Because if you properly want to account for the value of the organization, you want that value of the organization, that accounting unit, to grow as more value is contributed. Otherwise, you are creating a system that only works for investors, but try to think of a corporation that says, we're never going to issue shares ever again, and right now we burn that possibility. You cannot predict the future. You're shooting yourself in the foot, making a decision at the point of least information. Let's wait a little bit. So you create this, then you enable self-onboarding, some purposeful friction to have self-selection, but then people can freely come into this. You can have retroactive bounties, which are super important because sometimes you don't know what the value is. If you're always determining the pieces of work that are valid and rewarded, you will never be surprised because you're never allowing anyone to surprise you. So enable people to surprise you, and if they surprise you, reward them appropriately. What does this start to create is that then more people come in, contribute more value, the value of the organization grows, this attracts more people that come in, and bam, we have an exponential organization. Is the mechanism that enabled Bitcoin and Ethereum, etc., to get as big as they are. Then the other thing is this starts to create a whole bunch of risks and challenges. So we have the idea of open source, let's open everything, anyone can come in, the IP is fully open and so on, and that is kind of dangerous. But if we can be a little bit strategic about it, carefully think away from dogmas, what does it allows us, temporary licenses, selective openness, there's a series of strategies here, and importantly, platformization, which is the key concept that people can come to your organization and use it for their own means, their own vision, so they can expand what your organization is about and create their own ventures, their own parts of the ecosystem envisioned with the resources and the assets that you have. So the organization doesn't become a controlling entity, rather it becomes a platform for the imagination of the individuals to grow it, with as long as there is relationships of reciprocity, and that's why opening everything needs to be done strategically, because depending on the network effects, depending on how you're organized, there are some times where you can ensure reciprocity, and there are some times where the bad actors of the ecosystem and the previous systems that are in place will take advantage of you. So we cannot just dogmatically go one way or another. We need to carefully plan it on every way. So before they kill me, because I'm massively over time, quick recap. So for operations, we move from hierarchies of people to networks of autonomous teams and hierarchies of complexity. Leadership that moves from a top-down and charismatic to polycentric and emergent, so multiple teams with their leaders that come together and can make bigger decisions for the whole. Governance moving away from top-down control and plutocracy to what we were saying, autonomy, deliberation, multi-consent, multi-stakeholder governance. The mentality around value that is from splitting the pie and random airdrops to instead growing the pie together, and incentives for the long tail of contributors so we can achieve exponentiality, and information that is gone from all open or all closed in a dogmatic way to simply being strategic about it and thinking carefully, because it's a big decision and we don't want to screw it up. So thank you guys. This is essentially what we're trying to enable. If you want to chat some more or something about this, it's very much our mission. We really believe in the idea of the platform that other people can take and use it to serve their own visions and advance their own goals. So if we can serve you, do that into your own pursuits in this world and so on. Come chat with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. Definitely a really big thinker in the DAO space. So this was actually the end of our sessions here, but it's actually the right introduction for our next activities that are happening in the fishbowl, which will be, guess what, the future of DAO. So if you have any questions or whatsoever that were not discussed here, there will be the amazing place for it. Thank you very much, guys. Have a wonderful evening.
Gracias.